The House will be in order. The Chair lays before the House a communication from the Speaker.
The Speaker's Rooms, Washington, D.C., February 12, 2025. I hereby appoint the Honorable Marionette Miller Meeks to act as Speaker Pro Tempore on this day. Signed, Mike Johnson, Speaker of the House of Representatives.
Pursuant to the order of the House of January 3, 2025, the Chair will now recognize members from lists submitted by the majority and minority leaders for morning hour debate. The Chair will alternate recognition between the parties with time equally allocated between the parties and each member other than the majority and minority leaders and the minority whip limited to 5 minutes, but in no event shall debate continue beyond 11:50 a.m. The Chair recognizes the gentleman from New York, Mr. Kennedy, for 5 minutes.
Madam Speaker, I rise today to honor the life of Gabrielle Murelli, who we lost at the age of 90 earlier this month. Gabe was an exceptional man whose life was a testament to hard work, loyalty, and the power of the American dream. In 1952, at the age of 17, Gabe left all that he had in Italy for Canada in search of a better life. There, he worked in a collision shop and realized his natural talent for auto repair. After marrying the love of his life, his late wife, Maria, in 1961, they moved to Buffalo, where they built a beautiful family and continued to work hard. 3 years later, his hard work paid off, and he opened up the first Gabe's Collision on East Delavan in Buffalo. Gabe's attention to detail and quality service made the business a success, and it quickly expanded to Genesee Street. He was well respected in the industry and known around town as an honest man with impeccable talent who could make any car look as good as new. Just last year, Gabe's Collision, which has grown from one small shop in Buffalo to 3 locations across Western New York, celebrated 60 years in business. Gabe lived his life no differently than he did his job. Treating those around him with fairness and integrity, he was always there to help and provided his loved ones with selfless, unwavering support. He is survived by his children, Joanna and Jeff, and grandchildren, Christina Ippolito and Joya Mucciarelli, as well as many nieces, nephews, and devoted friends. Gabe's son, Jeff, has followed in his father's footsteps, not only in business, but in his commitment to honesty and integrity. For 40 years, Jeff was lucky enough to work alongside his father as they built Gabe's dream of a small collision shop into a large operation with that same commitment to quality and great work. Gabe loved his family, his work, his community, and our country deeply. As we mourn his loss, let us take comfort in knowing how loved he was and his incredible impact on countless lives. May Gabrielle Murelli rest in peace. Madam Speaker, I rise today to honor the life of James Francis Dhory, a remarkable public servant and family man whose perseverance and loyalty will continue to serve as an example for all in those that are willing and able to help make changes to this world. A graduate of Bishop Timon St. Jude High School and Buffalo State University, Jimmy went into the world wanting to make a difference, and that he did. Upon graduation, he worked as a special education teacher at South Park High School until he ran for office. Jimmy was the youngest elected at-large councilman in the Buffalo Common Council. During his tenure, he was a fierce advocate for the people he represented, especially the most vulnerable in our community, including women, people of color, and anyone who was disenfranchised. He always kept a picture of his 2 beloved daughters, Bridget and Leah, behind his desk. Whenever someone came in with a request, he would point to the photo and say, "I do everything for those 2, so make sure whatever you're asking of me, I can be proud to share with them." He would go on to be a mentor and a friend to many and remained active in city policymaking, inspiring generations of civic-minded Buffalonians. After retiring from politics, Jimmy led a selfless career in student transportation, holding executive roles at National School Bus, Laidlaw Education Service, and later, First Student. Each fall, Western New Yorkers could rely on Jimmy to help them usher in a safe return to school. As president of the Wanaka Country Club, Jimmy was an avid golfer and passionate sports fan. When he wasn't helping others, he could be found on the green with his favorite golf partner and best friend, his brother Jerry. Jimmy is survived by his beloved wife, Murelli, his devoted children, Bridget Dhory and Leah Roberts, his loving grandchildren, Haley and Sophia Jones, and Anna and Harrison Roberts, as well as countless other nieces, nephews, family members, and friends. Jimmy's loyalty to his family and devotion to his city made him a model leader, one whom all Buffalonians and Western New Yorkers can look up to with pride and admiration. He will certainly be missed. May Jimmy Dhory rest in peace. I yield back.
Recognizes a gentlewoman from Iowa, Ms. Miller Meeks, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I feel compelled to remark on the outrage of my colleagues and others over the special government employee status granted to Elon Musk by the executive branch. We are hearing a lot of, oh, he's unelected, he's unaccountable. Let me remind my colleagues and those voices that the vast majority of government employees who review and authorize grants, disperse billions of dollars, issue rules and laws, or even handle our nation's pandemic response like Dr. Anthony Fauci are unelectable and unaccountable to the voters. How about the IRS bureaucrat Lois Lerner? And how can we forget Acorn? None of my colleagues on the other side of the aisle were calling for accountability or investigations when Dr. Fauci was forcing his mandate on 300 million Americans. None of them were expressing outrage when unelected bureaucrats were forcing 6-year-olds to wear masks or closing down schools or forcing Head Start students to continue to wear masks long after the rest of America had stopped wearing them, and closing down churches and small businesses across the country. Who can forget government employee who leaked the pending Dobbs court decision? And no conservative has forgotten Lois Lerner of the IRS denying 501c status to those volunteer citizens wanting to protest the Obama administration. These government employees yield tremendous power with no oversight, often making decisions behind closed doors that affect millions of Americans. Elon Musk was hired by the President of the United States or brought on to uncover waste, fraud, and abuse in our government. That's it. Every move being made by him and Doge is being made in the public eye as an audit, not in the shadows. So let's be clear, because this really isn't about accountability. It's about the fear of a system that might be held accountable and expose corruption. With that, Mr. Speaker, I yield.
The gentlelady yields. The chair recognizes the member from Delaware, Representative McBride, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to honor and congratulate the Dover Police Department on 100 years of service to the capital of Delaware. Beginning in 1925 with a mere 2-room office in the basement of City Hall, over the past 100 years, the department has grown to more than 100 officers, as well as professional support staff, divided over 3 divisions and 9 functional units. Led by their 15th chief, Thomas A. Johnson, Jr., these dedicated public servants put their lives on the line every day to protect public safety and support victims of crime in Delaware's second-largest city. In all they do, Dover police are ingrained in the community, working alongside our educators, health professionals, nonprofits, and business partners, as well as regional, state, and federal law enforcement partners. Their commitment to community policing and their behavioral health unit reinforce their compassionate and holistic approach to public safety. On the Centennial of the Dover Police Department, I thank the heroes who have donned the badge with honor, courage, and unwavering commitment to Dover. A grateful state wishes the Dover Police Department a happy centennial. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize the commitment of a dedicated community leader, Paul Calistro, to the state of Delaware. A former mayor of Newport, Delaware, Paul has been the executive director of West End Neighborhood House in Wilmington since 1991, working tirelessly to provide direct programs, services, support, and advocacy to Delawareans, their families, and our broader community. For more than 140 years, West End Neighborhood House has empowered generations of Delawareans to become and remain self-sufficient. Under Paul's leadership, West End has grown their impact, helping over 10,000 Delawareans each year. They provide meals, place people in long-term employment, secure stable housing, and teach critical skills to community members. While the backbone of that work is the dedicated team of staff and volunteers at West End, at the heart of that work is the big heart of Paul Calistro. When being honored several years ago, Paul said, quote, "Somebody's got to stand up and be an advocate for people who can't speak. Whether they're a youth aging out of foster care or a single mom trying to get a good paying job, Paul is an advocate for those too often left behind." Ever the selfless leader, as Paul celebrates his birthday this week, instead of asking for anything himself, he has asked people to support youth in foster care. While Paul celebrates his birthday by supporting others, a grateful state celebrates Paul for his ongoing commitment to making Delaware a place that more fully lives up to our values as a state of neighbors. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back the balance of my time.
The representative yields. The representative from California is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, in this ongoing conversation about government overreach and last-minute regulations that have just been so damaging, I'd like to bring up how that has affected water supply for California and for the West, and for everybody that enjoys American-grown food. It affects you, because what we've seen happen is that there's an ongoing onslaught really, to remove dams, especially in the western states and in my own district in Northern California. Well, what are the results of that? In order to somehow believe that they're seeking fish passage and greater fish populations, for example, with this government overreach, with these false pronouncement based on really faulty, fake data, what do we get? On the Klamath River, we got dead fish, thousands of them, and other wildlife after the removal of the dams that have happened. The silt load that was behind that dams that we warned them about has been flowing down the river of the Klamath ever since. Massive fish kills, other wildlife getting caught in that silt. Again, we warned them about that. And so now they're pronouncing, oh, it's nirvana, it's heaven, because the water is flowing through there, and we've lost that hydroelectric power that the dams used to generate. And so it's now becoming someone else's problem farther down the stream with the silt. If it doesn't wash out within, say, 3 years, that's an entire salmon life cycle. Will actually wipe out the population of water that is sourced from what is actually a warm lake and is not ideal to salmon. So we see it time and again. The government overreach is affecting the smart use of water in California. Right now they're dumping water out of Shasta Dam and Oroville Dam in Northern California. The water coming out of Shasta is actually flooding a part of the town of Redding and then areas of Glenn County farther down the line along the Sacramento River, because there's so much water going out. Yet there's still ample storage space behind Shasta, 600,000, maybe 700,000 acre feet behind that. But the problem is they don't use up-to-date weather forecasting in order to determine, should we be dumping water, or could we maybe keep some of it a little longer, because we're not going to get that much rain between now and the target date of April 1, when they stop the so-called conservation of space for flood control. We all get it. Flood control needs to be provided for behind these dams. U.S. Army Corps of Engineers, that's their charge. But it seems like their hair trigger is to dump water instead of also trying to conserve it. This is really based not just on the ideal of flood control, but also fish passage and fish water, because what we're seeing down in the Delta, they're limited in the Bay Delta to being able to only move about 6,000 cubic feet per second via the lift pumps into San Luis Reservoir and other places where they could be stashing this water. We have a capacity of doing 15,000 cubic feet per second, which over 24 hours means 30,000 acre feet of saved water, that we're not going to have that opportunity soon once this rainy season's over with. Yet we have a number somewhere around 180 to 200,000 cubic feet per second flowing out through the Delta that isn't being trapped, that isn't being captured. Do you think we would miss 9,000 more cubic feet per second out of the Delta going into water storage for California? than what is happening now, out of 180,000 to 200,000. When you got 60,000 flowing out of Shasta Dam, flooding downstream areas, you got huge amounts coming out of Oroville and other projects around the state. We're not capturing the water. We're doing harm to ourselves. No wonder the people of Southern California are actually getting really angry about what's happening as their eyes are being opened to how our state's being run and what's being done by government overreach, by these last-minute regulations, these last-minute things that come in that declare yet another national monument, which means, in my district, nearly 250,000 acres that are now off limits towards management for fire on the forested lands or other public uses. The ideal for Forest Service land used to be land, you see the signs, land of many uses. Well, now it just boils down to land of only being cut off from the people and from wise management of our forests. So if you enjoy million-acre fires, that's going to continue to be the prescription because of last-minute, 11th-hour pronouncements such as these national monuments that the Biden administration did on the way out the door. And so we have the power in Congress, under what's called the Congressional Review Act, to review regulations that are just made by the stroke of a pen. The legislative process is supposed to have all of us here in the light of day, on TV, in committee, wherever the people can watch us do what we do, instead of so much power being vested in the executive, such as under the Antiquities Act, which is part of where part of these abuses come from. All at the last minute, all at the stroke of a pen. I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Michigan, Ms. Tlaib, for 5 minutes.
Any day now, President Trump is gearing up to shut down the Department of Education. This is the latest power grab, an assault on our kids, an assault on our teachers, an assault on our families in our district that rely on public education. The Department of Education is a lifeline for many low-income residents and students. When the president says he wants to abolish it, he is coming after communities like Detroit, Southfield, Dearborn, and Livonia. The department's Title I funding ensures all children, regardless which zip code they were born in, to access public education, quality education. So here we go, the president is attacking public school students. More than half of our nation's public schools educate low-income, but also students with special needs. They're going after, again, the different programs that help children living with autism. Children, again, having learning disabilities, needing that special care. I know that it's the public education system that takes them in and takes care of them and ensures that they have access to quality education. We also know that states across the country want to whitewash Black history. They're already going after it, as if Black history is not American history. We also know they want to erase the existence of LGBTQI+ students and discriminate against our children. I know without the Department of Education, no one will be left to ensure civil rights laws are enforced in our schools. We know that community college students in my district alone, I know, will particularly suffer because 50% of Henry Ford College in my district receives Pell Grants that is going and administrated through the Department of Education. I know folks are like, it's never going to happen. It already has started. To my colleagues, if you support abolishing the Department of Education, then publicly do it. Vote on it on this House floor. Don't allow your little minion billionaire do it. If you want to do it, then your residents, the American people, deserve to see how you will vote. Will you leave our children behind or not? So it is important, critically important, that we do this in a transparent way, because I know my residents want me on record voting against abolishing public education. Mr. Speaker, here we go. Elon Musk, the richest man in the planet, and Russ Vought, the guy who wrote Project 2025, wants to shut down the 911 agency for fraud and consumer protection, where many of us call the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau. You know, this is where my residents call for mortgage fraud, to fight against different scams that they fall victim to because we haven't done a good job preventing folks from out of the country and others targeting our seniors and so many others. Financial predators like Wall Street and CEOs despise the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau. I wonder why. That's because it's the only agency whose sole mission, y'all, is to protect working people from getting ripped off. I still remember the success we had in going after loan servicers for student loans, getting back millions of dollars back to people who were directly impacted by those scams. Shutting down the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau lets financial predators run wild, and working class families will pay the price. Since it was created, we know that it forced big banks and powerful corporations to give $21 billion back to our families that were cheated. But here we go. President Trump's minion, Elon Musk, wants to steal hard-earned money from working class to reward their billionaire donors and CEOs, to protect them, not us. So I know that the CFPB had huge impact on the lives of my residents for doing things like capping credit card late fees, holding companies who break the law accountable, targeting junk fees, eliminating $49 billion in medical debt from people's credit report. Think about that. No one plans to get sick, y'all. We have sick care in our country, not health care. No one should have to file bankruptcy because they got sick and they couldn't afford to take care of themselves. But they helped also protect 15 million Americans that have medical debt on their credit report. It was supposed to be implemented in March to remove credit, literally, from people's credit report, medical debt. It doesn't belong there. I know that doesn't matter to these billionaires, but it makes a world of difference for our families who are just trying to make ends meet. They want to make sure that our government is about people, that we have their back. And I know this agency, the 911 call they make to this agency to protect them has made a difference, but they want to eliminate that. Again, if you want to get rid of this agency, do it publicly. Vote on it. I have no idea why you're handing your duties and responsibilities in the oath of this office to hand it over to a billionaire that never took the oath. Thank you, and I yield.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from Arizona, Mr. Siscomani, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today in honor of my good friend, J.D. Rottweiler, for a remarkable 15 years of service as Co-Chief's president, and to wish him the best on his well-deserved retirement. Since his tenure began, J.D. has been a transformative leader known for his hyper-local initiatives and incredible work uplifting the college and its students. Under his leadership, Cochise College expanded access to education by adding student housing at the Sierra Vista campus and launching the First Responders Academy to train and equip students with the tools necessary to keep all their communities safe. He oversaw the remodeling and revitalization of Sierra Vista's former hospital into an innovative downtown center that houses nursing, cybersecurity, culinary, and lifelong learning programs. Moreover, he played a pivotal role in ensuring his students had access to high-speed fiber internet at the Douglas campus by enhancing connectivity and accessibility for students and the staff. As a proud product of community college myself, I know firsthand the crucial role these programs play in the lives of our students. JD, my friend, you have truly left a lasting legacy not only for our students, but for our entire community. Enjoy your well-deserved retirement. You've accomplished a lot, and I look forward to seeing you around the district soon. Madam Speaker, I rise today to honor a patriot of the highest order, Vietnam War veteran Bruce Bigelow. Mr. Bigelow is a true hero who exemplifies the highest ideals of service and sacrifice. And it was my profound honor to present him with a Purple Heart Medal for his heroic service when I visited him in Sierra Vista last fall. The Purple Heart is a distinguished award given to those who have been wounded or killed in action while serving our nation. And it symbolizes the immense sacrifices they made to preserve our freedoms and way of life. Mr. Bigelow, who served in the United States Marine Corps, and served 2 tours in Vietnam from 1966 to 1971. In the course of his service, Mr. Bigelow was awarded numerous recognitions and honors, including the National Defense Service Medal, Good Conduct Medal, Rifle Marksman Badge, Vietnam Service Medal, Vietnam Campaign Medal, and certainly not least of these, the Purple Heart. His courage is a testament to the bravery and resilience of those who have answered duties called to wear the uniform as a member of our armed forces. I had the privilege of pinning this Purple Heart on him and thank him for his service to our nation in front of his family and his friends. He told me he was honored, but truth be told, the honor was all mine. On behalf of a grateful community and nation, I say again, thank you, Mr. Bigelow, for your courage, sacrifice, and enduring commitment to service. Thank you, and I yield back.
The chair now recognizes the gentlewoman from Massachusetts, Ms. Clark, for 5 minutes.
I've been listening to my Republican colleagues, waiting for the moment when they are going to fight for the American people, the constituents that they have that are not Elon Musk. So far, the silence is deafening. If they're not cheering it on, they are standing aside silently as cancer research labs are shut down, as the Veterans Administration is targeted, as the health care for millions of Americans is threatened, and eggs, oh, those eggs, have hit an all-time high of $8 a dozen. This silence is a betrayal of all Americans, of their very voters. So let's just take a closer look at one example. Now they are letting Elon Musk dismantle the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau. Most people haven't heard of the CFPB, but Americans know the corporate greed that they have gone after on their behalf for more than a decade. The predatory loan sharks, the abusive debt collectors. When Republicans are silent, you are siding with the scam artists. Let me give you one example. Before the CFPB stepped in, a Marine stationed in Texas who needs a loan to repair his truck would be charged the average payday interest rate in Texas. Do you know what that is? That is 664%. So if he took out a $2,000 loan, he would pay $1,100 in interest. But when the CFPB enforced the law, and I do hope my Republicans remember the days when they supported the rule of law, when the CFPB enforces the law that limits interest rates for U.S. service members, they reduce that interest on that loan to $60. Altogether, the CFPB put $360 million back into the pockets of our service members and veterans. That's what they do. They save Americans money. They went after bogus overdraft fees. That's $5 billion back into the pockets of working families every year. Over $200 per family. They banned outrageous late fees on credit cards. That's $10 billion every year going back to consumers. What is the problem with this agency? Apparently, Republicans in Congress would rather have that money go into the pockets of CEOs, spend that money cutting billionaires' taxes instead of fighting fraud and corporate abuse. The American people did not vote for more scams, for more corporate greed. They didn't vote to have our service members go into more debt. They voted for people to fight for them, for lower costs, for their part in the American dream. So let's wake up, GOP. Stand up for the American people. I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from Nebraska, Mr. Bacon, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise today as we celebrate Black History Month and honor the incredible achievements of Kenny McMorris, a visionary leader, a champion for the community's well-being, and a constituent in our 2nd District of our great state, Nebraska. Mr. McMorris is a veteran healthcare executive, innovator, influencer, and strategist with an extensive leadership, policy, community, and public health background. His wife, Michaela, is the founder and owner of Moxie 16. They are the proud parents of 2 children, Kenny Jr. and McKinley. As the CEO of Charles Drew Health Center, Kenny oversees the health center's business, community, and primary care operations. The center has a $24 million operating budget, over 200 employees, 13,000 patients, and nearly 40,000 outpatient service visits annually. Under his leadership, Charles Drew Health Center has expanded its service locations from 4 to 16, including primary medical, dental, pharmacy, and behavioral health services. It emphasizes the disenfranchised and addresses the social drivers of health. Over the course of his decade-long career, Kenny has contributed transforming healthcare delivery and equity through his innovative strategies and disciplined commitment to serving disenfranchised communities. As a North Omaha native, Kenny attended the University of Nebraska at Omaha, earning a bachelor's degree in business administration and management, and in 2004 he earned an MPA in public management and healthcare administration. After his education, he brought his expertise to the Omaha community as the first executive director of the 100 Black Men of Omaha and director of marketing and development for the Urban League of Nebraska. Kenny is shown to be active in both the professional and larger communities. In his advocating career, Kenny is board certified in healthcare management and a fellow of the American College of Healthcare Executives and a Community Health Centers Executives Fellow. He holds memberships with the National Medical Association, the National Association of Health Services Executives, the American Public Health Association, and Kappa Alpha Psi Fraternity. These demonstrations showcases engagement in advancing professional standards, networking, and mentoring. Furthermore, Kenny McMorris also serves on the boards of directors of the Omaha Chamber of Commerce, the Nebraska Methodist College, Radius, the Health Center Association of Nebraska, Heartland Community Health Network, the Bridge Family Resource Connector Network, and the Nebraska Department of Health and Human Services Medicaid Advisory Committee. It's crystal clear that Kenny is not just a professional of the highest caliber, but a great community leader who exemplifies public service, vision, unwavering commitment, and on making a difference in our communities. Kenny's accomplishments include the University of Nebraska at Omaha Young Alumni Achievement Award, the University of Nebraska at Omaha College of Public Affairs and Community Service Annual Award of Excellence, and the National Association of Community Health Centers, the Betsy K. Cook Grassroots MVP Award, also the Urban League of Nebraska African American Leadership Award, the Alpha Kappa Alpha Sorority Incorporated Midwestern Regional Award for Excellence in Health and Wellness, and University of Nebraska Medical Center Nebraska Medicine Servant Leadership Award. He's done it all. The accolades Kenny received reflect his excellence through investing in public health, uplifting community development, and demonstrating to inspire innovative change in every role he has played, while being a great husband and a father, which I also admire. Through dedication and perseverance in tackling healthcare inequalities, Kenny has encompassed a meaningful vision for disenfranchised populations. His role has laid a foundation for healthier, more equitable communities. Kenny McMorris's contributions in Omaha exemplify nothing short of the values of Black History Month, which celebrates resilience, leadership, and commitment to advancing public health and opportunity for all. Omaha is a better place because of Kenny McMorris. His impact has been positively felt by thousands upon thousands. I yield back the balance of my time.
The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Massachusetts, Mr. Auchincloss, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today in opposition to the illegal and unwise policy recently announced by the National Institutes of Health to limit their indirect cost recapture rate to 15%. To start with, as we start with most Trump administration maneuvers these last 3 weeks, it's illegal. Now, I know that my Republican colleagues don't think that it's possible for the president to answer to the rule of law, but it is critical, particularly with the biomedical enterprise that makes long-term, expensive investments, to have confidence that when Congress or the president make a commitment, that they stand by it over the course of years and even across decades. And undermining the rule of law undermines our ability to do the kinds of long-term transformational science that changes lives. In 2017, when the Trump administration first attempted to lower the indirect cost recapture rate to 10%, the Appropriations Committee, by an overwhelming bipartisan vote, rejected it and froze the IDC at its current levels. That has been reauthorized every single year from 2017 through 2024. So I would ask my Republican colleagues, you voted for this. They are breaking that law that you voted for. What are you going to do about it? Now, the NIH might say that, oh, we're referring to a different section of the code whereby we can, for a subset of grants with documentation, reduce the IDC. That is not the NIH policy, though. The NIH did not do a subset of grants. They did it for every single grant and with zero documentation. So wake up, Republicans. They're breaking your law. Now, the NIH might claim that what we're doing here is actually not cuts to the NIH, because the same $35 billion is going to go out to science, and now it's just going to be more of those direct experiments, the people, the reagents, the travel, and less of that expensive overhead. And while it is true that the same amount of dollars could go out the door, in reality, these institutions, whether universities or hospitals, are going to be decreasingly able to afford to accept them. Of any given experiment, the overhead associated with that experiment is well more than 15%. Research facilities, energy bills, support personnel, data and technology, these things are expensive. We're not in the era of, beakers in somebody's backyard doing chemical experiments. We're in an era of cutting-edge genetic engineering, and the equipment costs money. Fewer institutions and investigators are going to be able to accept these grants. And what we are ultimately going to do is privatize research infrastructure. And so we're going to get less of it. It's just as though the Department of Transportation told businesses to build their own bridges and sidewalks. We just wouldn't get as many of them. The impact in Massachusetts is going to be profound. It's a $2 billion attack on the research infrastructure that undergirds our eds and meds enterprise. An enterprise that creates billions of dollars in economic activity, that supports hundreds of thousands of well-paying jobs. Each of those jobs in biopharma, for example, can create 5 other jobs, a profound economic multiplier. And the work that we do in Massachusetts changes lives. Progress on Alzheimer's, under which 15 million Americans will suffer by 2050 if we do not come up with therapies. Gestational diabetes. And just recently, a non-opiate painkiller developed in Massachusetts with NIH basic research funds that will provide outlets for acute pain that do not expose people to this most addictive chemical that has caused so much pain. Now, my Republican colleagues might say, yeah, that's Massachusetts. That's the whole point, don't you see? It's this blue state and those universities and hospitals that think they're so much better than everybody else, and that's exactly the point. Here's my challenge to my Republican colleagues. Go back to your districts. Talk to your universities. Talk to your hospitals. See how they're feeling about this policy. What you are going to hear is they can't afford to take these grants. The research and the development and the commercialization that you brag about when you go home, the ribbons that you cut for new companies and for new projects, they all rest upon this research infrastructure that is getting cut. Go talk to these companies. Go talk to these institutions of higher education. Go talk to these hospitals. They don't want to see this policy go into effect. And they want to see you vote for it and explain it back home, not hide behind the NIH. So they're losing. Who's winning? China. There were 2 main themes in the recent JP Morgan Healthcare Conference. One was AI, which, by the way, requires a lot of research infrastructure. The second was how good China has gotten at biotech in the last 5 years. The Chinese biotech enterprise is looking at the United States, cutting our own research infrastructure at a time when they're investing tens of billions of dollars, and they cannot believe their luck. Republicans, wake up, stand up, and support basic science. I yield back.
The chair now recognizes the gentleman from New York, Mr. Langworthy, for 5 minutes.
Madam Speaker, I rise today to celebrate a man whose journey from Jamestown, New York to the pinnacle of professional football is a testament to perseverance, grit, and the power of believing in yourself. Philadelphia Eagles head coach Nick Sirianni. As a lifelong Buffalo Bills fan, I never thought I'd be here on the House floor praising the coach of another NFL team. But some stories transcend football rivalries, and Nick's is one of them. From a young age, Nick was a student of the game. He was immersed in football, brought up by two very loving parents that instilled a tremendous work ethic and value set in him. His father, Fran, was a beloved high school football coach, and his older brothers, Michael and Jay, were standout athletes as well. In the backyard of their home, they weren't just playing football, they were shaping a champion. At Mount Union, Nick Sirianni won 3 national championships, but an injury nearly ended his playing career. But instead of giving up, he pivoted, launching a coaching career that would take him from his alma mater to the NFL. He climbed the ranks with the Chiefs, the Chargers, the Colts, proving himself every step of the way. And 4 years ago, he took over as head coach of the Philadelphia Eagles and wasted no time turning them into a real contender. But this season, against all odds, his underdog Eagles did more than just compete, they dominated. In a stunning Super Bowl victory, his team overwhelmed the Kansas City Chiefs, proving that heart, preparation, and relentless determination can overcome even the toughest challenges. But Nick's success isn't just measured in wins. It's measured in the message he sends to every small-town kid in Jamestown, New York, the Southern Tier, and across small-town America. No dream is too big. No setback is too great. Success is never given. It's earned. It's built on faith in God, family, and an unrelenting will to win. It's forged through late nights, overcoming obstacles, in moments of doubts that are met with unwavering determination. It's about proving that talent, when paired with hard work, can take you anywhere. Nick, your hometown stands a little taller today. You've shown us what's possible when resilience meets opportunity. And while hoisting the Lombardi Trophy is an unforgettable triumph, I know this: your greatest chapters lie ahead for you. Congratulations to Coach Nick Sirianni. You've reached the top of the mountain. You're a Super Bowl champion. Chautauqua County celebrates you. America honors you. And I know there's even more yet to come. Fly, Eagles, fly, and go Bills. And I yield back, Madam Speaker.
The chair now recognizes the woman from Ohio, Ms. Kaptur, for 5 minutes.
Unanimous consent to address the House for 5 minutes and to revise and extend my remarks. Without objection. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Ukraine is the scrimmage line for liberty on the continent of Europe today. We all have witnessed hundreds of thousands of innocent people, war deaths at record levels in this 11-year cruel war that Russia has perpetrated against the free nation of Ukraine. Russia had no provocation. Ukraine for 30 years had tried to build her land forward. This morning, importantly, in Europe, U.S. Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth made an opening statement, along with many of our allied nations, seeking an end to the horrific 11-year killing field that is Ukraine, after war criminal Vladimir Putin's illegal invasion, as I've said, in 2014, 11 long years of war. Ukraine's President, Volodymyr Zelensky, has stated a negotiated peace will require an exchange of territory. Working with our closest and most valued allies in NATO and the free world, the United States must do everything possible to bring full liberty to Ukraine and move Russia back into her own borders. The international community must safeguard those borders, and those negotiations are yet to come. But we have some hope this morning, if we are serious about making sure the dividing line between the free world and the suppressed world is clearly drawn and safeguarded. This morning I also, Madam Speaker, rise on behalf of the people of Northwest Ohio, We face an economic reality that many across our country are experiencing. Prices are on the rise. Trade wars cause more inflation. Uncertainty and the short supply of goods and services rise as inflation rises. Prices are up 3% across the board. They just announced that this morning, more than expected over the past month of this new administration. Too many families are overwhelmed with the cost of living, and every day people are having to face really hard choices between paying for groceries or rent, between medicine or a tank of gas. Do you just fill it halfway? And the latest curse, rising property taxes. Eggs cost in Ohio between $6.66 a dozen and $8 a dozen. Gas is back over $3 a gallon. Unemployment is ticking up. Property taxes are skyrocketing, and working people are being squeezed from all sides. They don't have a lot of time to think about politics. President Biden was able, with Democrats here in the House, to allow a few prescription drug prices to be lowered. But it's no secret, the majority of families struggle to pay for medicine when they need it. Meanwhile, major pharmacy chains like Rite Aid are shutting down their doors, leaving entire communities with no pharmacy. Why are there no hearings on that here in Congress? Where are people supposed to go to fill their prescriptions? People aren't just feeling economic pressure, they're being crushed by it. Rents keep rising. This forces families and seniors to downsize or leave communities they've called home for decades. Consumer credit card fraud is on the rise, bilking people who are already stretched thin. When families have no room left in their budgets, far too many gamble on their futures, making desperate choices just to get by. My district is no stranger to lottery tickets, scratch-offs, casinos. The wheels just turn faster, people taking chances, and in the last election, that's exactly what they did. They gambled. Many didn't vote. They voted not because they support radical extremism, but because they want to get ahead, and they want this Congress and the new president to help them do that. I hear them. We all should. But the reality is that prices are going up. The Consumer Price Index just rose over the past month with 3% unexpected inflation. Prices are up for eggs, as I've said, 53%. Look at what's happening with the price of higher education, unaffordable now to the majority. If our young people can't afford to go to school and learn,
Time has expired.
What does that imply for the future of this country? I yield back. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from Kansas, Mr. Mann, for 5 minutes.
Madam Speaker, January 29th is typically a day of celebration in Kansas. From Manhattan to Goodland, Topeka to Liberal, Kansas City to Dodge City, Kansans come together to celebrate the rich history of Kansas and to celebrate the anniversary of our statehood. January 29, 2025 changed the meaning of this day for Kansans forever. The entire world stood in disbelief as we watched a tragedy unfold in the crash of American Airlines Flight 5342 out of Wichita and a U.S. Army helicopter. The world lost 67 bright, innocent souls that day, and I speak for all Kansans when I say that this is a day that we will never forget. When we celebrate our statehood in years to come, we will also feel the nudging of the somber emotions aroused by last month's accident. We will remember our fellow Kansan whose lives were tragically lost, farmers, parents, professors, college students with bright futures taken from us far too soon. Audrey and I continue to grieve, and we are praying for the victims and their families. We express our deepest gratitude to the efforts of local, state, and federal law enforcement officers and first responders. It is our prayer that God would continue to provide comfort to their families, communities, and loved ones. There will be a lot to uncover in the days ahead, but for now, we join Wichita, our beloved Kansas, and the nation in mourning the lives lost. Psalms 34:18 says, "The Lord is close to the brokenhearted and saves those who are crushed in spirit." God is near us. Kansas is the heartbeat of the country, and as our state motto reminds us, we will persevere together through this difficult time. Mr. Speaker, I rise in honor of an American patriot, a selfless neighbor, and a great friend, Laura Francis. Since 2018, Laura has served as the chair of the Kansas Republican Party's Big First District. Over the last 6 years, Laura oversaw the helm of a historic chapter of Kansas GOP's 1st Congressional District. Laura led our district in a historic election of delegates to secure President Trump's nomination. She rigorously defended our nation's motto from being erased from law enforcement vehicles, fought to protect our children and their parents' ability to choose an education that is right for them, and grew our conservative base in ways that will reverberate through Kansas politics for many years to come. Somewhere in the middle of her historic term, she fell in love with her husband, Drew. On the same day as their first date, they attended an event that I hosted in my district in Garden City. They shared a phone call with President Trump that day, and the rest of their love story is history. Laura and Drew married nearly 2 years later. Laura is a fierce and loyal leader, but an even brighter neighbor, law enforcement community member, friend, mom, wife, and follower of Jesus. Kansas is the pilot light of the country, and I can attest that the pilot light burns stronger and brighter because of Laura. Laura, thank you for your commitment and dedication to our congressional district, state, and nation. It is so deeply appreciated. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. With that, I yield back.
Pursuant to Clause 12A of Rule 1, the Chair declares the House in recess until noon today.
House will be in order. The prayer will be offered by Chaplain Kiblin.
Would you pray with me? Holy and most wise God, we seek your wisdom. Wisdom to meet the challenges of this day. Wisdom to discern what is the direction you would have us go. Wisdom to determine what is the truth you wish us both to hear and speak. How does a person become as wise as this? The first step, you have said, is to trust and honor you, O Lord. And so we take our first step today, before any legislative matters are brought forth, before our committees are convened, and in advance of any votes brought to the floor, to show our reverence for you, O Lord. May we also trust that you will equip us, you will guide us, and you will speak to us with the sufficiency of your wisdom for the living of this day. Believing in you and leaning on the strength of your name, we pray. Amen.
Amen. The chair has examined the journal of the last day's proceedings and announces to the House the approval thereof. Pursuant to Clause 1 of Rule 1, the journal stands approved. The Pledge of Allegiance will be led by the gentleman from South Carolina, Mr. Wilson.
Everyone, including our guests in the gallery, please join in.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
The chair will entertain up to 15 requests for 1-minute speeches on each side of the aisle. For what purpose does the gentleman from South Carolina seek recognition?
Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute, revising extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. During the failed Biden-Harris administration, federal agencies were allowed to drastically expand power, undermining the legislative authority of Congress. Currently, the process for Congress to pass resolutions on agency policy it disapproves slows the ability of Congress to block destructive regulations, destroying jobs. This week, House Republicans will vote on the Midnight Rules Relief Act, led by Congressman Andy Biggs. The bill allows Congress to disapprove multiple policies through one resolution when those rules were issued during the last year of a presidential term. Ultimately, the bill will provide Congress with the necessary tools to reject regulations protecting democracy and creating jobs. In conclusion, God bless our troops as the global war on terrorism continues. Open borders for dictators puts all Americans at risk of more 9/11 attacks, as warned by the FBI. Trump will reinstitute existing laws to protect American families through peace through strength. Thank you, legitimate President Zelensky of Georgia, to protest the rigged presidential election in Georgia. I yield back.
Gentleman yields. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Nevada seek recognition?
I seek unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute, please.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today on behalf of the Consumer Finance Protection Bureau. Let me tell you what the CFPB has done to protect working families for years. Capping bank overdraft fees and credit card late fees, suing big banks, taking advantage of families, saving Americans over $20 billion from abusive corporations. But now, Elon Musk and Doge want to kill it because it's better for billionaires and big corporations and not for you. Let me be clear. This does nothing to make your life more affordable. Quite the opposite. In fact, none of what the Trump administration has done so far is making life more affordable for working Nevadans. So if you're concerned about these attacks on working families and attacks on our Constitution itself, I implore you to call your nearest Republican. Let's face it, they control Congress, and it's up to them to stand up and help us stop this unconstitutional power grab and deliver on their promise to make life more affordable for you. Thank you, and I yield.
Members are reminded to address their comments to the chair. For purpose, the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition.
Mr. Speaker, request unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to celebrate the release of Pennsylvania school teacher Mark Fogel from Russian custody. For more than 3.5 years, Mark, a dedicated teacher, loving husband, and an American citizen, was unjustly detained in a Russian penal colony. His punishment of 14 years of hard labor was an excessive and politically motivated sentence. Despite years of bipartisan pleading with the Biden administration to bring Mark home, or at the very least designate him as wrongfully detained, there was no progress. Enter Donald J. Trump. In just 22 days, President Trump, Secretary Rubio, Special Envoy Steve Witkoff, and a team of advisors successfully negotiated Mark's release. Mr. Speaker, Mark Fogel is now back on American soil and reunited with his family. Promises made, promises kept. Thank you to all those involved in bringing Mark home, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields. For what purposes the gentleman from California seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman from California is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, immediately after taking office, the current president granted sweeping pardons and commutations to over 1,500 insurrectionists who stormed the Capitol on January 6, 2021. At least 174 police officers were injured while protecting the Capitol that day, and 5 officers who responded later died. One of the people the president deemed fit to be released from prison shot a gun directly into the neck of an officer, causing him to suffer a heart attack and sustain traumatic brain injury. Another attacked officers with bear spray. After being released for these crimes, he is now at large for allegedly soliciting a minor in 2016. I was one of the last members who was evacuated from this building on January 6th. I have vivid memories, as many of us do, of the Capitol police officers battered and exhausted, but still defending us. The decision to grant clemency to many violent and dangerous individuals is an affront to our democracy, our justice system, and the brave police officers who have defended us that day and every day. Mr. Speaker, I ask members and Americans to reflect on this decision. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentleman's time has expired. There being no further members seeking recognition pursuant to Clause 12A of Rule 1, the chair declares the House in recess subject to call of the chair.
The House will be in order. The chair lays before the House a communication. For what purpose?
The Honorable, the Speaker, House of Representatives, sir, pursuant to the permission granted in Clause 2H of Rule 2 of the Rules of the U.S. House of Representatives, the clerk received the following message from the Secretary of the Senate on February 12, 2025 at 11:14 a.m. Appointments, Commission on Security and Cooperation in Europe, Finance Committee as Congressional Advisors on Trade Policy and Negotiations to international conferences, meetings, and negotiations sessions relating to trade agreements, Joint Committee on Taxation, and Washington's Farewell Address. Signed sincerely, Kevin F. McCumber.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Arizona, Mr. Biggs, seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, pursuant to House Resolution 122, I call up the bill H.R. 77 and ask for its immediate consideration in the House.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 77, a bill to amend Chapter 8 of Title 5 United States Code to provide for en bloc consideration and resolutions of disapproval for midnight rules and for other purposes.
Pursuant to House Rule 122, the bill is considered read. The bill shall be debated for 1 hour, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on the Judiciary or their respective designees. The gentleman from Arizona, Mr. Biggs, and the gentleman from Maryland, Mr. Raskin, will each control 30 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Arizona, Mr. Biggs.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and to insert extraneous material on H.R. 77.
Without objection.
I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of H.R. 77, the Midnight Rules Relief Act. This piece of legislation will allow Congress to efficiently oversee federal agency rulemaking. Under the Congressional Review Act, known as the CRA, executive agencies must report all promulgated rules to both chambers of Congress. The CRA gives Congress, then, the authority to pass joint resolutions to prevent agency rules from taking effect. The CRA's disapproval mechanism gives Congress a check on federal administrative overreach. Currently, the CRA forces Congress to introduce a separate joint resolution for each agency rule it seeks to review. This limit slows Congress's oversight of agency rulemaking. Its inefficiency is most clear during the midnight rulemaking period of the last year of a president's term, when executive agencies historically issue substantially more regulations than at any other time in a president's term. The 119th Congress can examine Biden administration rules that fall within the CRA look-back window. This window includes any rule submitted to Congress from August 16, 2024, to the end of the Biden administration. During that period, the Biden administration finalized a staggering 1,406 rules. H.R. 77 would make Congress's oversight more efficient during this midnight rulemaking period. The Midnight Rules Relief Act would allow Congress to introduce joint resolutions considering multiple agency rules during the final year of a president's term. My colleagues on the other side of the aisle may claim that the bill is only an attempt to slow down agency rulemaking, but that's incorrect. There are no provisions in this bill that are designed to slow down rulemaking. Rather, this bill would merely allow Congress to more efficiently exercise the oversight authority it already has and respond to the influx in agency regulations during the midnight hours of the president's final term. My colleagues would also like Americans to believe that this is an effort to repeal every regulation submitted to Congress. But again, that's inaccurate. After reviewing submitted regulations, Congress can pick and choose which rules to overturn, just as we do now. I urge my colleagues to support this legislation, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Maryland is recognized.
Thank you very kindly, Mr. Speaker, and I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, the purpose of the gentleman's bill is not to give Congress the power to undo midnight rules, because Congress already has that power. Under the Congressional Review Act, House Republicans can go to the floor this week and they can try to undo every single regulation that was issued by the Biden administration from August of last year to Inauguration Day. So what does their bill do? Well, it would allow the majority to roll up lots of midnight regulations and lots of others too, including what you might call twilight, midday, and early morning regulations. Indeed, all of the regulations adopted in the final 365 days of the prior administration, an entire year that takes place at midnight. All the regulations adopted in the last year could be tied together into a bundle, wrapped up together in a giant bunch, and then voted down as a single jumbo resolution. This tactic could be used to try to get Congress to eliminate no fewer, by my count, than 355 major regulations from the last year of Joe Biden in one fell swoop, forcing every member to vote either to sustain all of the regulations or to overturn and destroy all of them. And by destroying them, that means the agencies could not try to promulgate similar regulations in the future without an act of Congress. This would allow Trump's enablers and the sheep-like new Elon Muskovites in Congress to obliterate hundreds of completely diverse and unrelated regulations in one fell swoop. Everything from, these are regulations that were adopted over the last year, everything from removing lead from drinking water to making cell phones compatible with hearing aids to creating safety standards for infant bath seats to implementing the National Suicide Prevention Hotline. Mr. Speaker, the reason that 43 states have constitutional or statutory single-subject rules for policy legislation, initiatives, and referendum is because voting on completely different subjects at the same time is a moronic way to govern and an invitation to political manipulation of the will of the people. What's a member to do if he or she strongly approves of, say, overturning 20% of these rules, but strongly opposes overturning 80% of them? This weird dilemma makes us ask why we would even want to force such a choice. After all, the vast majority of America rejects this whole concept. Well, the obvious purpose of this bizarre legislation is to get Republicans to vote to repeal extremely popular common sense regulations, but then try to enable them to escape the political consequences of doing so. Look, consider some of the Biden administration regulations which they would tuck into this monstrosity omnibus midnight relief resolution and decide if you're willing to vote to overturn them, even if they're tucked in with some infamous washing machine regulation they love talking about. Consider this one from the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau. It cuts credit card late fees from an average of $32 to $8, meaning your credit card company cannot charge you more than $8 for late fees because the CFPB brought a suit and determined that's the whole administrative cost of a late fee. It didn't say the credit card companies couldn't charge anything, but it said when they're charging you $32, that's just a ripoff. Now, our friends on that side of the aisle want to repeal this regulation because they insist it violates their precious laissez-faire principle. That is, let the credit card companies do whatever they want. But when it comes to leaving middle class and working class consumers to the mercy of gigantic credit card companies, my friends, laissez isn't fair. At least that's what the Democrats think, and we will stand up for this regulation. But if you think the credit card companies should be restored their power to charge whatever they want for late fees, way beyond their actual administrative expenses, then by all means support the Republicans' bill. Elon Musk and the billionaires will love you for it. Musk did, after all, just sign an agreement with Visa for his X wallet. Another rule Republicans could add to their giant bundle is from the Department of Transportation, which requires the airlines to provide automatic refunds when your flight is canceled. and to disclose upfront baggage and flight change fees. It used to be they could cancel your flight and just say, well, we'll give you another flight in the future at some point. The Department of Transportation determined that's not fair. If they cancel your flight, you get a refund, and if you want to fly later or you want to go take a train or find another mode of transportation, you could do it. Now, they could throw that into the big bonfire of regulation destruction they're so excited about, and then you could consign your rights back to the microscopic fine print on the back of your airplane ticket rather than having the consumer champions at the Department of Transportation trying to stand up for the people. So if you want the airlines to have that power over you, go ahead and vote for the GOP bill. Support laissez-faire, more laissez-faire for the billionaires. Strike a blow against the reviled Bidenomics. Give yourself all the airline inconvenience you want. Another rule that they would throw in is the FTC's wildly popular click-to-cancel rule, mandating that it should be just as easy to cancel a service advertised online as it is to sign up for it. The American people love that, right? If you want to go back to the days when it was easy as ABC 123 to sign up for an online service, but then like the 12 labors of Hercules to try to get out of it when you no longer need it, then by all means support this great laissez-faire Republican bill. Strike a blow against the big, bad, evil, mean, wicked, terrible regulations. If you fall for all that propaganda and you're more afraid of the big, bad, evil regulations than the big, bad, evil corporations, go ahead and vote for it. The unelected billionaire bureaucrat and his nameless, faceless, racist junior bureaucrats in the Muscovite nighttime wrecking ball crew will be thrilled if you vote for it. Another rule that's up for reversal is the CFPB regulation capping bank overdraft fees at $5. My constituents in Maryland, they might not be as rich as some of the constituents over on the other side. They were getting overdraft charges of $35. They didn't like that. So they support the CFPB regulation capping overdraft fees from banks at $5, which is at most what it costs the banks to process it. That practice was costing American consumers, mostly young people, mostly older people, working class people, $5 billion a year. So Biden's new $5 rule, that's the max for overdraft fees. Not a rule, a dreadful regulation, cut overdraft fees by more than 80%. And guess what? The banks didn't go bankrupt. They've never been wealthier or healthier. Record profits in the last quarter, even with consumer safety regulation, which we're supposed to be so terrified about. Go ahead, vote for the big banks and Elon Musk and the Republicans, and vote against your own interests. You can lift the $5 overdraft fee. I'd be interested what the gentleman thinks it should be. $30, $40, I don't know. Finally, consider an HHS rule that you could be forced to vote for in advancing the big omnibus package they want. A ban on junk health insurance plans that rip our people off when they need health care the most and are most desperate. That's an HHS rule. And the Republicans say that that rule should be repealed because, well, I guess the low-quality health insurance companies don't want to rip you off, right? Well, if you believe that, then by all means vote for the bill. And instead of considering these regulations one at a time on their own merits and then voting on them transparently and publicly as current law requires, as the vast majority of state constitutions and state legislatures require, this Republican bill would give Congress the power to wipe out all of these rules and hundreds of others in one single massive party line vote, which completely pulls the wool over the eyes of the American people. And why do it? They haven't said. They haven't said. They just want it to slide through. Well, they want to throw all these excellent regulations supported by the vast majority of American people with a couple regulations that I've heard them talk about when I ask them why they want to do it, about washing machines. All right, say you don't like those washing machine regulations. Make your argument to Congress. Let's debate it and discuss it. Maybe you'll convince me. We'll give it an up or down vote. Each regulation gets its own vote. What's wrong with that? But no, they want to flood the zone with confusion and treat the people like sheep, not citizens. They don't want their constituents to notice the damage they're inflicting on the public good. When I first heard about this legislative ripoff, I actually wanted to get in touch with the distinguished gentleman from Arizona, Representative Andy Biggs, because I remembered that he was the proud and impassioned sponsor of H.R. 91, which he introduced just a few weeks ago, January 16th, 2025, a very impressive bill. Guess what it's called? The One Bill, One Subject Transparency Act. Let me repeat that. The One Bill, One Subject Transparency Act. That's his bill. And I love the fact that he's been fighting for that. His bill, quote, requires each bill or joint resolution to include no more than one subject, and the subject to be clearly and descriptively expressed in the measure's title. Now, the Midnight Regulation Kitchen Sink bill would violate everything that I thought Congressman Biggs believes about the legislative process. Members should be voting on one subject or one regulation at a time, not a dozen different subjects, not 100 different regulations in a single resolution. And the title of the bill should indeed clearly and descriptively communicate exactly what we are voting on, which means one thing. But amazingly, before I could get to find Representative Biggs to tell him that we had to get together across party lines to stop this new monstrosity I heard about, I was told by my staff that he was actually the author of the Midnight Rules Relief Act. I couldn't believe it. I was dumbfounded and gobstopped. The lead sponsor of the One Bill, One Subject Transparency Act was now advocating this massive conglomeration of subjects and regulations, a huge legislative stew, a gumbo where poison pills and healthy vegetables are mixed up freely into one toxic, indigestible, incomprehensible meal. Amazing to me. This is the cynical tactic that I thought my friends in the Freedom Caucus have for years been complaining about. The passage of bewilderingly complex and inscrutable legislation covering way too many subjects at once. As Mr. Biggs' press release on his bill stated, too often congressional leaders use must-pass bills as methods for passing laws that may have failed if considered on their own. And I'll have some more to say about things that he has said about it in the past. But look, he had a solution to all of these tactics of political dishonesty. The One Bill, One Subject Transparency Act would require that every bill considered by the House encompass no more than one subject at a time. Let me repeat that. No more than one subject at a time. And if a bill addresses two or more, guess what? The bill becomes void. And so I'm going to stand up for that principle today that I thought once unified us. Borrowing from his own statements, I have proposed also an amendment to the Midnight Rules Relief Act. Using language taken directly from his legislation, verbatim, I propose that any resolution we consider overturning agency regulations should be limited to a single subject. And if the resolution attempts to nullify regulations in two or more diverse areas, the resolution becomes, of course, null and void. The whole point of the One Bill, One Subject House Republican movement, led by the distinguished gentleman from Arizona, is that Congress should not be destroying legislative transparency or accountability by shoving unrelated packages into a single moving legislative vehicle. By the way, please spare me any lame rebuttal that we don't have time to actually do our jobs and hear each bill on its own, an argument that my Freedom Caucus friends have rightfully shown contempt for when raised in the past. If you want to repeal the $5 bank overdraft fee or the clean water rule or the click-to-council rule, be my guest. We have all the time in the world to debate why you want to overthrow the $5 bank overdraft rule. This week, the Republicans have brought a grand total of 3 bills to the floor, I think it is. We had some procedural minutia. 3 bills. We've got nothing but time here. They've got no agenda. Their whole agenda has been sidelined and supplanted by Elon Musk, who I thought was the 4th branch of government. Now he seems to be the 1st branch of government, too, as my colleagues across the aisle simply want Elon Musk to do their jobs. We've got members in committee thanking him for doing such great oversight. Gee, I thought that Chairman Comer on the Oversight Committee was supposed to be doing oversight. I didn't think we needed a new 4th branch of government called Elon Musk to do that, completely lawless and reckless and replete with conflicts of interest. But I digress. 24 resolutions of disapproval of specific regulations have actually been introduced in this Congress. You know how many of those resolutions of disapproval have been taken up in committees of jurisdiction? 0. You know how many have been brought to the floor of the House by my colleagues who are so exercised about big, bad, terrible, evil, mean regulation? None of them. They've not brought a single regulation forward. They've done nothing on regulations with all the time in the world. Now they want to destroy every principle they claim to adhere to in terms of legislation on the floor of the House of Representatives. The truth is that these Republican politicians are terrified to overturn these regulations in broad daylight. They know America supports them, so they should show some courage. Stand up for your anti-working class, anti-middle class, plutocratic principles. Go ahead and vote to destroy the $5 bank overdraft rule, but do it openly, do it clearly, do it one by one. Take each one on. We'll stay here with you all day. We'll even work a 9-to-5 day, something we haven't seen around here in a long time. We'll work 8 hours, we'll work 12 hours. If you want to get into the details of it, let's do our jobs. For real. I dare you, all you single subject zealots out there, oppose this embarrassing, humiliating Midnight Rules Relief Act. I reserve.
If all members will please direct their remarks to the chair. At this time, the chair recognizes the gentleman from Arizona.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate the good humor that came from the other side of the aisle. It had me in stitches. I don't really believe that the gentleman was chasing me around because he wanted to sign on as a co-sponsor of my single subject rule. He knows where to find me. I'm in committees with him. He could have done it. Didn't do it. But what I do find is this was a problem for me because I had the Democratic debate bingo card going, and I was doing pretty good because he did mention Elon Musk 5 times. He mentioned billionaire 3 times and unelected billionaire 1 time. And I had those on my card. Words I didn't have were Muscovite, and I should have had that because he used that in judiciary earlier today, Muscovite. I also didn't have flood the zone, and I also didn't have gobstopped. I missed those on the bingo card for today. But I do find it really intriguing, his attempt to try to distract us from what this bill does. But I do say, with the last thing here before I yield to my friend from California, he mentioned omnibus bills, these omnibus bills that have everything in them. And he called them moronic. No doubt I agree with him. The Inflation Reduction Act was moronic. With that, Mr. Chairman, I yield such time as he may consume to my friend from California, the gentleman, Mr. Kevin Kyrie.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. To my friend from Maryland, I would say that one of the nice things about this bill that we're considering is that it allows us, if there's any good Biden-era regulations out there, they can stay. We can simply choose to disapprove of the bad ones, of which there are quite a few. And then to this idea that we can't disapprove of regulations as a batch because we need to have a debate over each and every one in this rarefied chamber, I'd point out that there was no debate at all in this chamber for any of those regulations when they were imposed by the agencies. We had no role whatsoever. And so this act allows us to reclaim our legislative authority and our role in the policymaking process going forward. So, Mr. Speaker, I am proud to support the Midnight Rules Relief Act because President Joe Biden went on a regulation binge in his last few months in office. From August 1st of last year through the end of his presidency, there were 1,524 new regulations issued. This bill today will allow us to press the reset button and to have a more considered process for policymaking when it comes to all of these different areas affected. So there are three main reasons I think that this is a good idea. The first has to do with the nature of regulations themselves. The death by a million cuts that's being felt by every industry, every sector throughout our country. When it comes to energy projects to make our country energy independent. When it comes to transportation projects to make our roads safer and to alleviate traffic. When it comes to forest management projects. When it comes to just about anything you can think of. When it comes to being a small business owner. The sheer weight of regulation after regulation after regulation is making it unduly difficult to build, to grow, to expand, to empower people, to hire, to move us towards the prosperity that this country is truly capable of. Secondly, there's a question of democratic legitimacy. When you have a president who has just been rejected by voters, or in this case at least he chose not to run again, and his vice president did not succeed in getting elected, to then issue over 1,500 regulations is a way of trying to lock in unpopular policies. And so what this bill does is, again, it only affects new regulations in the last year of one's presidency. It prevents this sort of undemocratic hangover effect where new regulations are hastily thrown together in order to block the change that people have voted for. And finally, I'd point out that there is a question here, there's an opportunity for Congress to reclaim its legislative authority. We have seen the administrative state, the bureaucracies that issue the sort of regulations we're talking about, that has continued to grow and grow and grow and affect American life in new ways and more intrusive ways every single year. And we've had a few changes that have allowed us to reverse this decades-long trajectory. Of course, there's the election of President Trump and his commitment to rolling back regulations. There's also the decision from the Supreme Court revisiting the Chevron doctrine. And so this legislation adds to that mix. It gives us the ability to say we're not going to continue to outsource all our lawmaking authority to administrative agencies, but rather, when it comes to the core policy of making policy that will affect the lives of Americans, we ought to be very mindful of giving that away and allowing bureaucrats to do the job that the American people have entrusted us to. When we do that, we can reclaim the idea of self-government, that policy is made by those who truly represent the people. So I want to thank my colleague from Arizona for proposing this legislation. I look forward to seeing it passed, and I look forward from there on out to the new role of to the newly empowered Congress being able to consider the merits of those regulations and decide on much better policies moving forward. I yield back.
Reserve. Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Maryland is recognized.
I yield 3 minutes to the gentleman from New York, Mr. Knapler.
Gentleman yields. The gentleman is recognized.
I thank the gentleman. Mr. Speaker, I rise in strong opposition to H.R. 77, the so-called Midnight Rules Relief Act. Despite the bill's title, this legislation is not really intended to address midnight rules at all. Instead, it is nothing more than an effort by the Republican majority to advance their anti-government deregulatory agenda under cover of darkness. Republicans know that taking a series of votes making it easier for corporations to undermine our health, safety, and economic well-being would be deeply unpopular. They don't want the public to know that they care more about corporations than consumers. So they want to package as many rules as possible into a single resolution that would eliminate these rules all at once, reducing transparency and obscuring the consequences. This legislation would allow the majority to put dozens of critical regulations issued by the Biden administration on the chopping block. They will tell you all about the cost of these regulations, but they will never tell you about the benefits, like heavier children, safer drinking water, and stronger consumer protections. If my Republican colleagues really want to roll back regulations that ensure the safety of bath seats for infants, or create dust lead and lead pipe safety standards, or update certain emergency braking standards, fine. Let's have that debate out in the open. We can let our constituents judge whether we took the right vote. But don't hide behind a giant omnibus bill that obscures the consequences of your actions. If we are truly concerned about so-called midnight rules, we have other options to check them. For example, at the end of President George W. Bush's administration, I authored a bill that would delay implementation of rules issued near the end of a president's term, giving his or her successor the chance to review such rules and to determine if they should go forward. I believe there are ways we could work together in a bipartisan manner to address this issue. But where past efforts tried using a scalpel to address the problems associated with midnight rulemaking, today's Republicans would instead use a machete, hacking away at the Biden administration's regulatory agenda, putting all the rules together in one vote, and furthering their ideological goal of radically transforming our government. I urge members to oppose this legislation, and I yield back.
We reserve.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Arizona is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Now, my colleagues across the aisle have mentioned several rules that they particularly favor. Bank fee legislation, maybe something about lead pipe legislation and drinking water regulation. These aren't legislation, these are regulations. And they say, well, if you're afraid to vote on them, you're going to stick them in this midnight rules reversion. But this is what I would submit to you. When you delegate all legislative authority to the bureaucratic agencies, and you've created Elon Musk isn't the fourth branch of government. He's not. Scholars have said and written for 30 years about the administrative state effectively being the fourth branch of government. So when you look at what scholars have said about that, and you are delegating that, why don't you just fess up and say, we're afraid to put the CFPB bill on the floor that would reduce the fees. We're afraid of doing that because we might be held responsible by our constituents. That's what they're claiming we want, but in reality, they would rather have nameless, faceless, unelected bureaucrats govern this country. That's what they want. So when you look at that, I find myself saying, if you want to preserve the separation of powers, it may be gone, but we can actually reinstitute it. It's not three co-equal branches of government. That's not what the founders intended. They're very clear in the Constitutional Convention that Article 1, that branch, which happens to be this branch, was meant to be the most powerful. And why? Because it was closest to the people. And why was that important? Because they wanted this group of people to be actually bound to the people, be closest to the people. But when you do what the Democrats want to do, which is actually delegate it on over to the executive branch and to the bureaucracies, off to La La Land, and not really ever have an effective way to review it, that's what they would prefer, because it makes this body less accountable. And heaven knows they don't want to necessarily be accountable. So, the midnight rules relief, they argue, does not allow for sufficient debate. That's one of the things we've heard here. But the purpose of the Midnight Rules Relief Act is to increase Congress's opportunity to consider and debate rules. Because of an influx of rules at the midnight hour, the last few months of a president's term, which my colleague from New York just mentioned, he called it, I believe, the Biden regulatory agenda. Yes, that's what it is. It's the Biden regulatory agenda. It's not the Democrats' elected official agenda, nor the Republicans. It's not these elected officials' agenda. It's not even President Biden's agenda, except for it's been done by a regulatory agency. They like that over there. Congress becomes overwhelmed when you do 1,400 or 1,500 of those rules in the last few months. When you're overwhelmed like that, it means that many agency rules are left unreviewed altogether by Congress. Not just some, but most, the vast majority, without a single second, not an iota of debate by the elected officials. You are being governed, America, by unelected bureaucrats. That's who's governing you. The Midnight Rules Act increases the opportunity for Congress to debate agency rules by allowing Congress to consider more than one rule at a time. This allows agency rules that would not otherwise receive any debate to be debated in Congress. You take back the unelected bureaucrats' authority and you put it in the hands of the people that have been elected. And why is that important? Because we are meant to be accountable to the people. The reason that the House had the purse strings to it is because we were closest to the people. We're meant to be more accountable to the people. Prior to the 17th Amendment, the states had their authority and their rights preserved and protected by the U.S. Senate. But now the U.S. Senators are just a bunch of glorified national politicians. So what I would suggest to you is if you want to take back the legislative authority, and if you want to actually have people who are accountable, then you need to pass the Midnight Rules Relief Act, and I'll reserve.
Gentleman from Arizona reserves. The gentleman from Maryland is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, there's a lot of what the gentleman from Arizona just said, which I agree with, because he wasn't talking all about his bill. But let's start with what I really agree with him about. Article 1 makes Congress the preeminent and predominant branch of government. As Madison said in the Federalist Papers, we are the predominant branch. Don't accept anything from anybody on either side of the aisle if they get up and talk about how we're three co-equal branches, which is what they teach people in 5th grade. First of all, co-equal is not even a word, okay? That's like very unique or something like that. They're saying we're three equal branches. I think not, because the preamble of the Constitution leads right into Article 1. All of the legislative power is vested in us, and it's laid out in Article 1, Section 8, 18 different powers to regulate commerce domestically, internationally, the budget, taxes, you name it, and then in Article 1, Section 8, Clause 18, and all other powers necessary and proper to the execution of the foregoing powers. Then you get to Article 2, 4 short sections about the president. There wasn't even a president included in the Articles of Confederation. They decided to add it. Why? What's the core job of the president? To take care that the laws are faithfully executed. Not distorted, not mangled, not overturned, not defeated, not thwarted. President doesn't have the power to impound money that's been appropriated by Congress. An Appropriations Act is just another law, like the law you can't assault federal officers. The Appropriations Act is just like that. So Congress is indeed preeminent and predominant. But I'm afraid at that point, my agreement falls off with the gentleman, because he says, and actually let me start by addressing the comments of the distinguished gentleman from California. I don't know if he's there. He was my student, actually, at Yale Law School, Mr. Kyrie, and he was an A student all the way. But he just gave us, I would say, a B- argument, because he at least addressed the idea of Congress reviewing regulations. And he said he thought that was important for legislative power. We've got that power. He didn't address what this bill is about, which is bundling together a whole bunch of dissimilar and unrelated regulations and voting on them at once. He never talked about that. The distinguished gentleman, Mr. Kylie. I hope he comes back to the floor. Now, the gentleman from Arizona says that that the Democrats are giving away legislative authority to the administrative agencies. Not at all. No, on the contrary. We think the administrative agencies must faithfully execute the laws that we, Congress, have passed. They're the ones this month who've completely abdicated their legislative power. They're allowing Elon Musk, God knows what role he's playing. He's a special government employee who hasn't turned in any conflict of interest forms, at least that I've seen. I don't even know who he thinks he's representing or advocating other than his own business interests, and he hasn't shown us that he has a conflict of interest waiver for the billions of dollars of taxpayer money he gets from government contracts. But they're perfectly happy to sit on their hands for several weeks and not do anything to get in the way. Some of them shamefully have even gotten up and thanked Elon Musk for the great job of oversight he's doing, when we've got an oversight committee that the Republicans chair and the Judiciary Committee could be looking at. And instead, they're applauding a guy and his nighttime crew of a bunch of, junior Muscovites who are hacking into computers and taking over the private data of millions of Americans in blatant violation of the Privacy Act and the Computer Fraud and Abuse Act of 1986, which was pushed by Ronald Reagan, who would be turning over to learn what has become of his party. So, why do they want to be able to bundle all these bills? They haven't said. Why don't they tell us which bills they want to bundle together? The gentleman from California said, well, we're not going to put all those popular ones that I just talked about from the CFPB and the Department of Treasury and Department of Education. We're not going to put all those in it, just the unpopular ones. Well, tell us which are the unpopular ones you're going to bundle together as you barrel this through. And the distinguished gentleman hasn't explained why he thinks this is befitting the legislative branch of government, which he rightfully commends as the preeminent branch of government. I thought you were opposed to multiple subject rules. I thought that the gentleman was advocating for single subject. This is the exact opposite of that. When you throw everything into one big gumbo, we reserve.
Reserve. Gentleman from Arizona is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I did not have Junior Muscovite on the bingo card. And I do find it interesting that the gentleman would be commenting on Ronald Reagan's current condition in his state of repose, because I think he probably doesn't understand Ronald Reagan's philosophy at all. So let's talk about what might be good if you bundle together. Let's just consider a couple of things. The need for the Midnight Rules Relief Act is most clearly seen in the wave of regulations issued by the prior administration in the last 11th hour of their administration. In the last few months, the Biden administration issued a staggering total of more than 1,400 final rules. Now, here's two that might be single subject. I mean, let's think about it. Would you be okay with if you included the new Biden energy final rule issued in December 2024 that effectively banned gas-powered water heaters in homes, which will increase their price by hundreds of dollars? I wonder if they would be comfortable with sticking that with another Biden energy regulation issued in the same month, December of 2024, after he'd already lost the election, that forces appliance manufacturers to comply with onerous rules that slow down the washing time for dishwashers from an hour or less to more than 2 hours. One wonders, those sound like they might be single subject, but moreover, we have the same, there's nothing in here that mandates that you bind everything together. That's what they say, they know this doesn't require that you stick everything together. They know that you can analyze it, bind them together as you do currently, except for you can't do it currently, can you? Because those two rules, for instance, I just picked two out of the air. Those two rules right there would require two separate bills. They would require two separate bills. They don't want that. Last October, the Environmental Protection Agency issued a final rule that dramatically raised the cost of repairing commercial and residential air conditioning units. Maybe all three of those could go together in the same bill. But you know what? Under the current rule, they couldn't do it. Under the current law, you can't do that. We couldn't do it. So you'd be stuck, and you're going through the process, and I realize, believe me, I feel like we're going slow as molasses here. My leadership would tell you that I complain about it all the time. We're taking next week off. Maybe you'd be comfortable if we were in working next week and we were going to go through maybe 150 of these rules. Maybe that would make you happy. But what I will tell you is the Midnight Rules Relief Act would allow Congress to consider and disapprove or accept all three of these burdensome regulations at one time. And that makes us more responsive, and it makes us more able to process and oversee these regulators, these bureaucrats. Because I find it intriguing, because Elon Musk got mentioned again. He's he's replaced Trump. There's no longer TDS. Now it's Elon Musk derangement syndrome, because you got to mention that on everything. And here's the way it works. They want to say, wait a second, you can't. Elon Musk is looking at as regulations and stuff like that. But we have an oversight committee. We do. We have an oversight committee. And we are busy conducting oversight. And it would sure be nice if the oversight committee could put some of these bills together as we consider these rules. But when you have 1,400 rules, it doesn't matter how many oversight committees you have, you're going to have a tough time getting them done in a 2-year period. That's just the way it is. That I'll reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Maryland is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I know they talk about the deranged Trump syndrome. Now they're talking about the deranged Musk syndrome. I do know that Steve Bannon has described him as a truly evil individual, so I understand that there are major conflicts emerging over there. In any event, back to the merits of the bill. I have to adjudicate the merits of this bill by the lack of coherence and energy and passion with which my normally passionate and eloquent colleague is operating today. One can barely torture out an argument from everything he's saying for the bill, and I notice there's no one left on his side who wants to be associated with it in any way. But I'm going to go ahead and yield 2 minutes to my colleague from California, Ms. Jacobs.
Gentlelady is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Ranking Member, Mr. Speaker. I rise in opposition to the Midnight Rules Relief Act, which would strip away the robust debate, careful deliberation, and transparency our democracy requires when considering the repeal of long-established federal rules. And I got to be honest with you, it is so funny to me that I've just heard my colleagues on the other side of the aisle spend 30 minutes talking about the preeminence of Congress, about how we don't want unelected bureaucrats making these rules, when they are literally allowing an unelected Elon Musk to run roughshod over Congress's power of the purse and to literally break laws that Congress has passed and mandated. So let's talk about what the Midnight Rules Relief Act actually means in practice. It means that Republicans would dismantle important protections in areas like public safety, consumer rights, environmental conservation, data privacy, and so much more, all in one fell swoop, sometimes dozens, hundreds, or even thousands of rules that took years to develop, all just smushed together. Things like safeguards against lead in our drinking water, rigorous safety standards for baby products, anti-smoking measures for youth, and consumer protections from shady business practices. In one hasty move, these protections could vanish without thorough debate or transparent decision-making. Those federal rules and so many more could be wiped out in the blink of an eye, without substantial debate, without sufficient transparency, without allowing the American people to know why we're repealing these rules, or what conflicts of interest might be at play, especially from Elon Musk. For this reason, at the appropriate time, I will offer a motion to recommit this bill back to committee. If the House rules permitted, I would have offered the motion with an important amendment to this bill. My amendment would prohibit the bundling of rules related to issue areas where Elon Musk has a clear conflict of interest. With a net worth of around $400 billion, Elon Musk has many conflicts of interest. That's why he should be bound by the same disclosure requirements and ethic guidelines as all other civil servants and elected officials. But in the meantime, my amendment would force us to consider individually any regulation that may be a conflict of interest to Elon Musk.
The lady's time has expired.
Can I have 30 more seconds?
I will yield the lady 30 seconds more.
Thank you. So get ready for this list of conflicts of interest. It's long. Anything related to national security, the aerospace industry, transportation and highway safety, biomedical technology, artificial intelligence, peer-to-peer payment systems, workplace safety and workers' rights, and data privacy. It's a long list, and it's why we should keep Elon Musk far away from our government. I ask unanimous consent to insert into the record the text of this amendment.
Without objection.
I hope my colleagues would join me in voting for the motion to recommit. I yield back, Mr. Ranking Member.
We reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Arizona is recognized.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, surely it must have snowed in Arizona last night. I thought I heard the gentleman agree with Steve Bannon. So hell must have frozen over. That's all I can say. Now, here's the deal. We just heard the gentlelady talk about how this bill will strip away robust debate. No, it won't. It won't do that. You can debate these regulations under this provision. There will be debate. The same rules remain in place. But what she actually aggrandized, and what the gentleman has been aggrandizing all day, is bureaucratic control of regulatory schemes. That's what they're promoting. They want the bureaucrats to control, with us not having adequate opportunity to review those. And so when you have an administration like the Biden administration that went out, and by the way, Biden administration is not the only one. The Clinton, Obama, and the Bush administrations all increased in their last 6 months by 2.5 times the number of regulations that they issued. And those end up staying in place because there is not capacity under the current law to review those regulations and actually debate them. My bill actually does the opposite of what they're suggesting. It actually brings us in as members of Congress to review, debate, and discuss and decide if we want to accept or reject those bureaucratic rules. And for the other aspect of this, before I reserve again, I'll just say this. If you like those regulations, then why don't you put them in a piece of legislation and promote them yourself? With that, I'll reserve.
Gentleman reserved. Gentleman from Maryland is recognized.
Why don't we put them in legislation? I would love to. If your leadership would allow us to bring it to the floor to cap bank overdraft fees at $5, let's do it. I'll take all these consumer public safety regulations, turn them into bills, and bring them on the floor. As soon as you get an agreement from your leadership to do that, they don't even want to vote on the horrid bills that you bring forward, much less the excellent bills that we've got. Mr. Speaker, the bottom line is this. If you want to defend the $5 overdraft rule, if you want to defend the ban on junk health insurance, then vote against their bill. But if you want to get rid of all this public safety regulation, then go ahead and support their bill. Very simple. The gentleman amazingly says in answer to my colleague from California, there will be time to debate the regulations. Their bill would allow for 355 major regulations to be bundled together so they could get away with just one vote. They would twist their arms to vote for that one vote for all the special interests out there who want to get rid of it. Do you know how much time there would be to debate on each regulation if we had the normal 1-hour rule? As you know, as we're operating under right now, each side gets 30 minutes. At 60 minutes, we would be able to spend 10 seconds on each of those regulations. 10 seconds. And the gentleman assures us there will be ample time to do it. Come on, get real, be serious. This is an attempt to destroy the public interest in a way that the gentleman knows is an absolute travesty in terms of the integrity of the legislative process. He's the author of the one subject, one bill legislation. He's the author of it, and this bill is the absolute antithesis of it. Mr. Chairman, I would just like to ask unanimous consent to enter the record 2 letters of opposition, one from the Coalition for Sensible Safeguards and one from Earth Justice.
Without objection. Gentleman from Arizona is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. How much time do I have left?
Gentleman has 10.5 minutes remaining.
Oh, thank you so much. So, when I consider everything that was just said and what a travesty this bill is, and how hard and offensive this bill is, I find it intriguing. I find it intriguing. I'm not sure, just like I'm not sure I can accept that he was chasing me down because he wanted to sign on to my single subject bill. I'm not sure that his math is right on the 10 seconds to discuss, to debate a case, each bill, each regulation. No, I won't yield, sir. You had your 30, sir. You had your 30. The reality is, this bill has the potential to bring back into control and authority the legislative power that has been so wrongfully and wholly without oversight delegated to these agencies that are out there. It has resulted under Democrat and Republican administrations in regulations that impact every aspect of every American's life, and they've been put together by unelected bureaucrats. There's a reason that people said we've had enough of it. That's one of the things that President Trump campaigned on. My colleagues across the aisle, they don't want to accept that. But the bottom line is this: the meddling that goes on in every aspect of your life. They want to control whether you can have a gas heater in your home. They don't want that. But by golly, they're going to pass an omnibus bill that spends trillions of dollars. And then they're going to complain because we're bundling a few regulations together. There is no requirement that you bundle every regulation together. There's no requirement that you bundle all of them together. There's no requirement that you bundle two together. This bill merely allows that to take place. And I've mentioned several of what those rules may be, that actually would actually be within the same subject even. But the bottom line is this: if we don't do it, the bureaucrats are going to continue to run this place. They're going to run the country, and the American people will have no recourse. This gives them recourse. We're the ones who are elected, not the bureaucrats. And if you want the $5 CBP rule or CFPB rule, then go ahead and introduce it. And don't complain to me that, oh gosh, your speaker won't let it in. Yeah, I know how that goes. I've been here when there's been a Democrat speaker. But you know what? Pendulums swing back and forth. But what shouldn't swing back and forth is legislative authority. We are the preeminent, predominant power amongst the separation of powers, the three branches of government. And there should not be four. But now scholars will tell you there is a fourth. It's the administrative state. This curbs the administrative state. That's why this is so important. I urge my colleagues to support this bill and pass this bill. With that, I yield the balance of my time.
Gentleman from Arizona yields. All time for debate has expired. Pursuant to House Resolution 122, the previous question is ordered on the bill. The question is on engrossment and third reading of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. No. The ayes have it. Third reading.
A bill to amend Chapter 8 of Title 5 United States Code to provide for en bloc consideration and resolutions of disapproval for midnight rules and for other purposes.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I have a motion to recommit at the desk.
The clerk will report the motion.
Ms. Jacobs of California moves to recommit the bill H.R. 77 to the Committee on the Judiciary.
Pursuant to Clause 2B of Rule 19, the previous question is ordered on the motion to recommit. The question is on the motion. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The noes have it. The motion is not agreed to.
Mr. Speaker, I ask for the yeas and nays.
Gentlewoman asks for the yeas and nays. As requested, those favoring a vote by the yeas and nays will rise. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. Pursuant to Clause 9 of Rule 20, the chair will reduce to 5 minutes the minimum time for any electronic vote on the question of passage. This is a 5-minute vote. Everybody has to hurry up.
On this vote, the yeas are 205, nays 213. The motion is not adopted. The question is on the passage of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. The noes have it. The bill is not passed, and without objection, the motion reconsidered. Gentleman from South Carolina is recognized.
I request the yeas and nays.
Gentleman orders the yeas and nays. They are requested. Favoring a vote by the yeas and nays will arise. Sufficient number having arisen. The yeas and nays are ordered. Members are now recorded by the vote by electronic device. It's a 5-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 212, the nays are 208. The bill is passed without objection. Motion reconsider laid upon the table.
The House will be in order. Please take your conversations off the floor. For what purpose does the gentleman from North Carolina seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to remove the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Goldman, as a co-sponsor of H.R. 879. Sorry, I'm dyslexic.
Without objection. For what purpose does the gentleman from Louisiana seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I rise to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to honor and thank one of the longest-serving members of Team Scalise, a son of Covington, Georgia, and a proud Ole Miss alum, Bart Reising. Bart came to the Hill in 2011 after working on political campaigns and served my good friends Austin Scott and Bill Flores as their schedulers, before joining my team in 2014 as operations director during the last few months of my chairmanship of the Republican Study Committee. Bart continued his role as operations director when I was elected majority whip, where he kept our office operations moving smoothly. Bart made sure that the workers in this beautiful Capitol, the men and women who literally make sure we have a functioning building, and the Capitol Police who protect us, always knew that Team Scalise appreciated their efforts. Later, as my member services director, he worked with so many of my colleagues from both sides of the aisle to make sure their needs were heard and taken care of. And when I became the majority leader and all my staff's roles and responsibilities expanded, Bart took on the role of Deputy Chief of Staff, a position that my chief has often reminded me has been instrumental to the success of our team and our House majority in the last Congress. Bart has been a mentor to so many young Hill staffers, always taking time out of his incredibly busy schedule to meet with interns and staffers alike, providing invaluable guidance as they navigate their Hill careers. And to me and my wife Jennifer and our 2 children, he's been a dear friend. He's fiercely loyal, and I'm deeply appreciative of all he has done for me and this institution. While Bart may be leaving the Hill, he is forever Team Scalise. Bart, good luck in this next new adventure that you're now embarking upon. I know your parents, Craig and Susan, and your brother Brett are so proud of what you've accomplished. Thanks for the positive mark you've left on this great institution. With that, Madam Speaker, I yield back.
Are you ready? For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Ohio seek recognition?
Remarks.
Without objection.
You give me go ahead. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Today I rise to recognize Kyrie Tyler as Ohio's 13th Congressional District Champion of the Week. Kyrie is a music producer and recently worked on the production for Beyonce's country album, Cowboy Carter, which recently won Best Country Album of the Year at the 2025 Grammys. Kyrie's story is one of commitment and dedication, and he is a living testament to the saying, it's not how you start, but how you finish. Kyrie grew up in foster care, where he was raised by pastors who often played piano for the church. It was then and during this time where he developed a passion for music. His work and passion helped Cowboy Carter debut at #1 on the Billboard 200 album charts in April, and he is responsible for several credits contributing to the writing, sound design, and production, as well as providing piano, percussion, and bass instrumentals. As a card-carrying member of the Beehive, I was thrilled to see someone from Ohio's 13th Congressional District make an impact on an album that so many have come to adore, but more importantly, put a stamp on music history. On Facebook on February 3rd, he posted, "A kid from Mansfield, Ohio won 2 Grammys last night. Kinda wild to even say that. I am filled with gratitude. Album of the Year, country album. Thank you, God, for being God." Congratulations again to Kyrie on this fantastic accomplishment, and thank you for all that you do to inspire the next generation of music makers. Creative visionaries like you are a shining example of what makes Ohio's 13th Congressional District the birthplace of champions. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that when the House adjourns today, it adjourn to meet at 9 a.m. tomorrow.
Without objection.
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection.
Madam Speaker, today I rise to honor the life of Christopher Katz, a young man of extraordinary dedication, courage, and service. At just 22 years old, Christopher had already built a legacy of leadership, mentorship, and commitment to his community and country before he was tragically taken too soon. A native of Compound, New York, Christopher was a standout athlete at Walter Panis High School, where he played football and baseball. His love for sports extended beyond the field. He mentored young athletes, coaching with the same dedication and passion that defined his life. Christopher pursued his dream of serving others, earning a degree in criminal justice from Temple University and serving as a military police officer in the U.S. Army Reserves. In November, he joined the U.S. Capitol Police, training to protect all of us here. Tragically, his journey was cut short in a car accident in Georgia while training with fellow recruits. His kindness, bravery, and commitment to service left a lasting impact on all who knew him. Today, we honor his memory, and may his legacy continue to inspire us all. I yield back.
Thank you. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from North Carolina seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I seek unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, I rise today in strong opposition to President Trump's attempt to dramatically reduce NIH grant funding for research institutions, including those in my home state of North Carolina. Immediately after Trump implemented these extreme funding cuts over the weekend, my staff and I heard directly from universities and researchers in the Triangle about how devastating this decision would be. By slashing NIH funding, Trump would undercut groundbreaking research on cancer, Alzheimer's, heart disease, and other conditions that kill millions of Americans. While I'm relieved that the federal judge temporarily blocked these cuts from taking effect, the fight is far from over. This is just another example of Trump's complete lack of concern for the health of the American people. His actions would cost lives and jobs. I won't stop fighting until these life-saving resources are permanently restored. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Georgia seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to recognize retired Jackson County Sheriff Janice Mangum as the very first Special Georgian of the 9th. This award highlights those who make a real difference in North Georgia, and Janice has done just that. For nearly 4 decades, Janice dedicated her life to law enforcement, starting as a radio operator in 1985, serving 19 years as a criminal investigator, and then leading as Jackson County Sheriff for 12 years. Janice rightfully earned the Georgia Sheriff's Association 2023 Sheriff of the Year Award and recently retired in December after 39 remarkable years of dedicated service. Her impact extends beyond the Peach State, though, as she has also done inspiring work to help North Carolinians recover from the devastating destruction of Hurricane Helene. The 9th District is blessed to have heroes like Janice Mangum, who continuously display a true servant's heart. Janice, thank you for your service and unwavering dedication to our North Georgia community. You are truly a special Georgian of the 9th. In your retirement, may the Lord give you fair winds and following seas. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I yield.
Thank you. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from California seek recognition?
Requesting unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute to revise.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, I rise today as we find ourselves in a situation where a small group of very powerful individuals led by Elon Musk are gaining unprecedented influence over critical national systems. Right in front of our eyes, we can see how Republicans are allowing Musk to take full control of key resources, including access to Treasury payments and government-backed projects. The consequence of this unchecked power, a billionaire's unchecked ability to take earned services away from American families, distort markets for personal gain, and influence the future of American democracy. It is time to ask the tough questions. Are Republicans enabling this concentration of power, and who's really benefiting from this arrangement? It is time to take a stance for transparency and accountability in our government. It is time to stand for the rule of law and for our democracy. I yield back, Madam Speaker.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address
address the House for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to honor the life and legacy of Chief Patrick F. Cain, Jr., a dedicated public servant, a beloved family man, and a pillar of the Jessup community. Chief Cain devoted nearly 5 decades to law enforcement, proudly and faithfully serving as the Jessup police officer from 1960 before leading as chief of police from 1971 until his retirement in 2008. A U.S. Army veteran, Chief Cain stood watch at the Berlin Wall before returning home to continue his lifelong mission of protecting and serving his community. His leadership was defined by integrity, humility, and unwavering commitment to his officers and community. Chief Cain lived a life worth living. In the service of others, known for his calm demeanor and firm determination, he truly embodied the words of Theodore Roosevelt, "Speak softly and carry a big stick." Chief Cain leaves behind a lasting legacy of service, love for his family, and devotion to his community. He will be deeply missed. Thank you. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from California seek recognition?
I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, yesterday Elon Musk, an unelected, unvetted billionaire who has seized control of our government, addressed the nation from the Oval Office. Instead of tackling issues like rising costs, the Musk-Trump administration is consumed by an agenda to dismantle our democracy and deliver nothing but chaos. It has provided no relief at the gas pump or at the grocery store. Worse, today, reports show a 3% inflation rate, the highest since June 2024, due to Musk-Trump tariffs. While the Musk-Trump administration is on track to rack up over 100 lawsuits in its first 100 days, a direct result of its illegal, unconstitutional actions, it has failed to take any steps to help everyday Americans with everyday challenges. House Democrats are working to protect Social Security, Medicare, Medicaid, nutrition assistance programs, Head Start, and the Department of Education, and much more. I urge this administration and House Republicans to work with us on real solutions that prioritize the interests of working families over the interests of billionaires. Thank you, and I yield back, Madam Speaker.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Georgia seek recognition?
Ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, I rise today to recognize the achievements of Camille Nuck, a 7th grader who won the Glenn County Spelling Bee on January 15th. Camille, who is a student at Needwood Middle School in Brunswick, Georgia, won first place in the competition with 14 other spelling bee champions by correctly spelling the word astringent. Camille's inspiration to compete is her older sister, Kara, who won back-to-back Glenn County spelling bees in 2021 and 2022. In addition to inspiration from her older sister, Camille was supported by her parents, Carl and Mary, who helped her study by asking her to spell words from books. Because of her hard work and dedication, Camille was able to stay relaxed and focused on stage during the intense competition. I would also like to congratulate Glenn Middle School 8th grader Julia Knight, who came in 2nd place and will serve as the alternate to Camille in the region competition. I would like to wish Camille luck as she represents Glenn County in the Region 8 competition at Georgia Southern's Savannah campus on February 22nd. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Georgia seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. When school lets out and the heat of summer comes, the promise of daily meals falls away for too many children. Last year, summer meal programs in Georgia failed to serve 1/3 of our counties and reached less than 15% of eligible children. The federal summer EBT program fills in the gaps for hardworking parents who some nights might take less for themselves so that there's enough to go around the table. I have led 3 letters to the governor of Georgia to encourage him to accept the federal dollars that would give every eligible child access to summer meals. We have received no substantive response. The next deadline is this Saturday. Without this program, kids in Georgia might have to rely on only half a sandwich from a friend at the park picnic table, or, God forbid, go without. Please, please don't let Georgia families be left out again this summer. And I yield back.
Thank you. For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I ask for unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
I rise today to honor the Willet family and the life of Corporal Robert Willet, Jr. 98-year-old Corporal Willet bravely served our nation in both World War II and the Korean War. The son of World War I veteran Roger Willet Sr., he fought for his family's legacy. When Roger Willet Sr. passed away, he was laid to rest at Canaveral National Cemetery. Corporal Willet made a simple request to honor his parents, which was that his late mother receives the memorial plaque next to her family, where Corporal Willet himself will one day rest. However, due to bureaucratic resistance, this has resulted in 3 years of denial from entrenched bureaucratic agencies. Denying recognition is a failure to those who serve. My office will not stand by as bureaucracy overrides honor. We will continue to fight for all Americans. The Willet's dedication reflects our nation and serves as a powerful reminder. It is my privilege to speak today, and I thank you for his service and his resolve, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Ohio seek recognition?
Unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Today I stand with the long-suffering people of Ukraine. Theirs is a valiant fight to reclaim their territory, their sovereignty, their security, and their destiny. Vladimir Putin brutally invaded 11 years ago with no provocation. Russia must be pushed back inside its own borders. And today, Secretary of Defense Hegseth stood on territory freed by 400,000 American soldiers whose graves mark liberty's greatest victory over tyranny across Europe. Their sacrifice birthed the free world. General Omar Bradley, one of our nation's most beloved and great generals, created NATO. He would have been astounded at what Hegseth did in stating, "It is unrealistic," and I quote, "for Ukraine to return to its pre-2014 borders." Why would Hegseth take Russia's side with its war criminals and murderous plunder of a free people? Why would he do that? Ukraine's President Zelensky has consistently emphasized Ukraine's position that no peace negotiations with Russia are possible before the complete restoration of Ukraine's stolen territory and return to Ukraine's 1991 internationally recognized borders. The free world must achieve that. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Illinois seek recognition? Oh, pardon me, I'm so sorry. For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
I seek unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Yesterday, I had a chance to participate in the Border Security Caucus discussion with Chief Mike Banks of U.S. Customs and Border Protection. With over 25 years of experience securing the border, he gave us a clear look at CBP's operations and the challenges they face. One thing was very obvious, though. Under President Trump, morale has improved dramatically, and the illegal crossings have dropped dramatically into the low hundreds, numbers they haven't seen in many, many years. Strong leadership and real enforcement policies have made a big difference there. Chief Banks made it clear that CBP has a solid plan to finish the border fence along with all the attending technology and equipment that needs to go with that. But without the proper funding, then that plan will not work out. That is not an option. Securing the border means enforcing the law, stopping horrific traffickers, and holding illegal immigrants accountable for breaking the law. If we're serious about border security, we need to back CBP 100% with the resources they need to get the job done. No more delays, no more excuses. It's time to act, Indeed, you can see by the improved morale that things are moving in the right direction. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Illinois seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I seek to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, I rise today in support of the Protecting Sensitive Locations Act, which I introduced with my colleague, Representative Espaillat of New York, last week, because no one, no child in a classroom, no mother in a hospital, no family at a place of worship should live in fear that an immigration raid should shatter their lives in the very spaces meant to protect them. Under the prior established norms, we understood that schools and hospitals and places of worship were off limits to federal agencies. Now, in my district and across the country, patients are skipping their appointments, fearful that they could be detained by ICE and separated from their families. Churches are turning to virtual worship services so that they will not put their parishioners at risk, and teachers have been training to stop ICE from entering their schools to protect children. We cannot become a government that normalizes cruelty. This bill will ensure that the promise of safety in those places is enshrined in law. In America, we do not weaponize fear. We protect our communities, and we do what is right. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Rhode Island seek recognition?
I ask to address the House for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, I rise today to celebrate the legacy of a Rhode Island institution, Joe Marzilli's Old Canteen. For nearly 75 years, the Old Canteen wasn't just any old restaurant. It was a gathering place where families came together, friendships formed, and traditions were passed down over some of the best Italian food in the country. Located in historic Federal Hill in Providence, the Old Canteen and its iconic neon sign became a symbol of Rhode Island's proud Italian-American community. At the heart of it all was the Marzilli family, led by Joe and then his son Sal, who can now enjoy a well-earned retirement. Like so many entrepreneurs across Rhode Island, the Marzillis showed us that when you pour your heart into your work, you can build something incredible. The Old Canteen may have closed its doors, but its legacy will never fade. To the Marzilli family and to all of the wait staff, chefs, and regulars who made the Old Canteen such a special place, thank you for an incredible 75 years. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from North Carolina seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I ask for unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute to revise.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, I rise to celebrate a momentous achievement for Camden County, North Carolina. They will soon have emergency medical services operational for the first time in history. The county has relied on external EMS providers for emergencies, but thanks to the unwavering commitment of local officials and the community, Camden County will now deliver paramedic-level emergency medical services. Such a transformative step means quicker response times, improved coverage, and most critically, an enhanced capability to save lives when every second matters. In rural communities, reliable emergency medical services are not just a luxury, but an absolute necessity. Let us congratulate Camden County EMS on this significant achievement, and we eagerly anticipate your first call, knowing that you'll have a positive impact on the community for many years to come. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I request unanimous consent to address the House for a minute and to extend and revise my comments.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Today I rise to recognize Rod and Shirley Saunders, who have both dedicated decades of their lives to serving the Bronx community. Rod is a former president of the African American Association and the Wakefield Kiwanis Club. In 2004, Rod was appointed by the Bronx Borough President to serve on the Department of Education's Community Education Council. Since 2015, he has served as a member of the River Bay Corporation's Board of Directors and is currently serving as president of the board. Shirley co-founded the African American Association of Co-op City and served as board secretary and chair of the Security Committee for the River Bay Board of Directors. Shirley volunteered for almost a decade with the Girl Scouts as a volunteer mom, helping out daisies, brownies, and Girl Scouts. She's currently serving our community as Deputy City Clerk of New York for Bronx County. They are the Co-op City power couple. Rod and Shirley, it is an honor to recognize your service to the Bronx today. A grateful community thanks you. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Massachusetts seek recognition?
Ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, I rise today to remember an incredible young man and talent who in his far too short life, Kyrie Ambrose, touched the lives and hearts of many. Kyrie was a source of joy and love to his family, his community, to the audiences he performed for, where he shared his calling, his true artistic genius, his dancing with all of us. He was strength, beauty, and poetry in motion. Kyrie was a recent graduate of Boston Arts Academy and an incredible contributor to the cultural fabric of the Boston dance community, as well as Origination, the BAA school community, and the American Musical and Dramatic Academy, where he was studying and performing. Those who knew, instructed, learned from, and most of all danced with Kyrie describe him as a remarkable spirit who exuded love and tenderness on the stage and in his relationships. The loss of his talent, joy, and love is deeply felt by the Mattapan and Boston community. We mourn the passing of this young man on January 18th, and we continue to grieve his absence. To his beloved mom, Rena, to his father, Chiron, to his sisters, Hope and Kylia, to his grandparents, family, and friends, thank you for sharing the bright life and gift that Kyrie was with so many of us. His memory and legacy will continue to dance in our hearts and minds forever. Thank you, Kyrie. We're honoring you here today on the House floor because I do consider your loss to be a loss for our nation. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Under the Speaker's announced policy of January the 3rd, 2025, the gentleman from Utah, Mr. Moore, is recognized for 60 minutes as a designee of the Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, thank you. I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material on the topic of this special order.
Without objection.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The 119th Congress has been off to a great start with House Republicans delivering results for the American people. And this week, we are continuing our efforts to reverse the Biden administration's harmful policies and further protect our country from dangerous illegal border evasion. Today, we passed Congressman Bigg's Midnight Rules Relief Act to amend the Congressional Review Act to allow Congress to disapprove of multiple rules through one joint resolution if rules were issued during the last year of the president's term in office. And House Republicans will also vote on Congressman Siscomani's Agent Raul Gonzalez Officer Safety Act, which holds accountable illegal immigrants who break our laws and engage in dangerous high-speed chases in our border communities. I'm grateful for my colleagues for joining me this evening to discuss these necessary pieces of legislation, and I now gladly yield 5 minutes to my colleague from California, Mr. LaMalfa.
Thank you again, Mr. Moore. I appreciate your leadership on putting the spotlight on the important issues and important legislation that will help us to better serve the American public with what they have asked for. On the whole concept of government overreach and last-minute declarations that have really put a kink in federal land use that is important for people, for energy production, for being able to utilize them, enjoy them, what have you. It was very, very dramatic and very aggressive at the end of the Biden administration. 674 million acres of U.S. lands and waters were cut off right at the end, at the Biden administration, from good uses. You know, the U.S. Forest Service, the signs, at least the uses say, land of many uses. And now they seem to be restricted down to just what a handful in government or environmental organizations want. And the Antiquities Act abuse we've seen under President Biden. The Antiquities Act was used to set aside 6 million acres of federal land as national monuments. Some of the big examples include, once again, the Bears Ears National Monument at 1.36 million acres, the Grand Staircase Escalante National Monument, Utah, 1.9 million acres, and the Rio Grande del Norte National Monument in Mexico, 242,000 acres. So a total of 15 national monuments were either created, expanded, or recreated after they had been right-sized in the previous Trump administration. They cover 9 million acres, including also the Chuckwalla and Sachicha Highlands National Monuments at 848,000 acres. These are dramatic stretches of land that are basically being cut off from human use or usage of the resources, and in some cases, even the ability to effectively fight or prevent fire. You have the Moab to Mojave Conservation Corridor, for example, covering 18 million acres across California, Nevada, Utah, and Arizona. And they say, well, we're protecting these lands. Well, you'd have to ask the question, protecting from what? Because any type of operation you're going to seek to do out there, whether it's going to be mineral extraction, energy, oil and gas, timber, they all require permits. And we've seen how lengthy, when they eventually are successful, these permits and processes can be extremely lengthy, many years in some cases to get them. Still, we keep plowing on. 100 million acres of federal land cut off through executive orders without approval from Congress. It also includes Alaska, the Anwar National Wildlife Refuge, which was expanded, limiting even more energy exploration. Arizona, the Sonora Desert National Monument, 496,000 acres, restricting activities like ranching and energy development. Other concerns for rural areas include restrictions on land use for industries, as I mentioned, logging, ranching, energy production. They've hurt rural economies. Montana, dramatic limits on timber and grazing. Wyoming, increased regulatory hurdles for energy development, which, when we're looking at what are the economic drivers, what are the inflation drivers, especially in this country, high energy costs are a big part of that. President Trump wants to turn that back around, and I hope we can be successful soon. Idaho, again, diminished access to public lands for ranching and timber. Impact on wildfire management, more land being designated as national monuments like the new chunk up in my district, or protected, as they call it, under federal rules, makes it harder to manage forests and prevent wildfires and access them with the fire equipment we need to get out there. When they take away the roads, make them roadless areas, you have that much less ability to be able to properly put people and equipment out there where they can be effective at fire. So it does worsen wildfire risks, like in my home state of California, or in my own district a couple years ago, we had a 1 million acre fire. Year after year, 6 digits fires. Again, another 28 million acres in Alaska were limited, so it just makes energy production that much harder. And then the oceans, the coastline and marine conservation aspect of it. Here's the big number. 625 million acres of U.S. ocean were withdrawn from future conversation about future oil and gas leasing, restricting, once again, energy development, which would help so much with our economy and lowering inflation. 625 million acres, that translated as 1 million square miles rounded off. 1 million. And if you want a further illustration, that'd be a 1,000 by 1,000 miles square. 1,000 miles this way, this way, this way, this way. 1,000 miles square that Biden, by the whim and stroke of a pen, says no more. So the efforts we're making in Congress this week with the midnight rules and also through the ability to use the Congressional Review Act are very important to have out-of-control regulators keep taking away the ability for us to produce in a way that's going to have America be energy independent, energy dominant, and have our economy be strong once again. And so that's why we're fighting back on this. We can still do things very ecologically soundly We want to take care of the environment as well, but these things have been weaponized against the types of things Americans need and stand for the strength of our economy, for our independence. So with that, I appreciate the opportunity and the good work my colleagues are doing on advancing this legislation. And with that, I'll yield back. Thank you.
Thank you, gentleman from California. Appreciate your persistence and willingness to be down here to help share the message. I will now to my distinguished colleagues, we're going to go from the other one. I will yield to him so much time as he may consume from the new member from Florida, who I have on good authority from his freshman colleagues, isn't a huge fan of the cold that we're experiencing here in Washington, D.C., Mr. Herodopoulos.
Well, thank you, Congressman Moore, and I appreciate the opportunity to speak tonight on a very important issue that's facing more and more communities as they face the pressure from the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau, commonly known as the CFPB. What was created under the guise of consumer protection has instead become a regulatory juggernaut, unaccountable and insulated from the very people it claims to serve, consumers. From the beginning, the CFPB was designed to operate outside the bounds of congressional oversight. It was built to be an agency that answers to no one, making sweeping financial regulations without the scrutiny that our Constitution demands. Its most recent director turned his bureaucratic machine into a weapon against economic growth, limiting access to credit and strangling the very small businesses and community banks that form the backbone of our economy. The problem is clear. First and foremost, a lack of accountability. The CFPB functions without proper congressional oversight, wielding immense power without the input of elected representatives. No agency should have the ability to dictate financial policy without being held accountable by the people. Second, funding without oversight. Unlike nearly every other federal agency, the CFPB is funded directly by the Federal Reserve rather than through the regular congressional appropriation process. This structure allows it to bypass the checks and balances system that protects taxpayers from runaway regulatory excess. Third, a constitutional violation. The power to tax and spend belongs to Congress. That's not a tradition, that's the law. The CFPB structure is a direct affront to the principle undermining the separation of powers that defines our democracy. And the consequences have been devastating. The CFPB's heavy-handed regulations are cutting off access to credit for those who need it most. Small businesses are struggling to secure their loans necessary to grow and create jobs. Entrepreneurs, working families, and farmers are finding it harder to get the capital that they need to succeed. And the community banks that support Main Street are drowning under the weight of this unnecessary and costly compliance burden. Mr. Speaker, this is not how government by the people and for the people should function. The solution is simple. Congress must reassert its constitutional authority. We must bring the CFPB under the regular appropriations process, ensuring that no agency operates without unchecked power. Regulatory agencies must answer to the people, not operate as independent kingdoms making rules without congressional oversight. Mr. Speaker, we stand at a crossroad. We cannot allow an unaccountable bureaucracy to continue restricting access to capital, hindering small businesses, and suffocating economic opportunity. We must restore the balance of power and ensure transparency and put the authority back where it belongs, with the American people through its elected representatives. I urge my colleagues to join our chairman of the Senate of the Congressional Financial Services Committee, our chairman, French Hill, my colleagues on the committee, and finally reining in the CFPB, restoring congressional oversight and reaffirming our commitment to the principles of accountability and economic freedom. The future of small businesses, entrepreneurs, and hardworking families depend on it. And with that, I yield back.
Thank you to the gentleman from Florida. Appreciate you being a part of our special order tonight. I will now yield so much time as he may consume to the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Luttrell.
Thank you, sir. Madam Speaker, the Biden administration's open border policies turned our border into a gateway for cartels, human traffickers, and criminals, putting American lives at risk and endangering innocent children. That's why I introduced legislation to hold DHS and HHS accountable for properly vetting and trafficking unaccompanied migrant children. Under the Biden administration, HHS lost contact with over 300,000 children. 300,000 children are lost underneath the Biden administration. Let that sink in. That's not just incompetence, it's an absolute tragedy. We must hold traffickers accountable and ensure that illegal immigrants who break our laws face real consequences. Our border must be secured, and those who exploit our system, whether criminals or failed bureaucrats, must answer for their failures. The American people deserve law and order, and thankfully, Republicans and the Trump administration are quickly cleaning up the mess that Joe Biden left us. Madam Speaker, I yield back. Thank you.
Thank you to the gentleman from Texas. If there's any, there's a lot of times policy and things that go on back here. There's variations and move to right-leaning policies, left-leaning policies. There's not a more stark difference between what President Biden was doing at the border and allowing to have happen to what we're seeing now and the change we're making, and that highlights that the simplicity of our message is we've got to protect people's lives, and we're finally starting to do it, and it feels great, and I think the American people are seeing that. So thank you again to the gentleman from Texas. I now will yield so much time as she may consume to my good friend, gentlewoman from the great Commonwealth of Virginia. I said it right, and feel free, perfect, and she'll use this microphone. Thank you again to the gentlewoman from Virginia.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to wish a happy 100th birthday to a very important resident of Hampton Roads, U.S. Navy veteran Mo Maurizio. This American hero has experienced more of the history of our great nation than most people can even dream of. Born on February 21st, 1925, he grew up in Springfield, Massachusetts before enlisting in the Navy in August of 1943 at the age of 18. After completing basic training in New York, he transferred to Hampton Roads, Virginia, to complete additional training at Little Creek in preparation for the invasion of Normandy. On June 6, 1944, as Allied forces launched the largest amphibious invasion in history, Mo was a part of the first wave of troops to hit the beach on D-Day. After surviving this important first step on the path to liberate Europe, he then deployed to the Pacific Theater. On February 19, 1945, he was aboard a ship that took part in the battle for Iwo Jima, shelling the island ahead of American forces making their landing. Mo spent his 20th birthday not celebrating, but instead serving our nation by landing troops and supplies during one of the worst battles of the entire war. In total, nearly 6,000 brave Marines lost their lives to take the strategic island that day, and it's only 8 square miles. In April, Mo continued his service, this time assisting with the deployment of Marines on Okinawa Island. Months later, when Japan was set to surrender, Mo was among the crew of one of the first ships carrying U.S. troops to mainland Japan. On September 2nd, aboard the USS Talladega, he was only a small distance away from history being made on the USS Missouri as the Japanese formally surrendered, officially marking the end of World War II. Following the conclusion of the war, he continued serving in the Navy, both back in Massachusetts and in Virginia. Along the way, he met his late wife, Laura. Together, they had a set of twins, Bill and Stella. One of my favorite stories of Mo's life is when in 2014, his 2 children took him to his first ever Army-Navy football game. As any good Navy fan would agree, he was hoping to watch the Navy midshipmen, and I quote, beat the snot out of the Army. Luckily enough, Navy won that year, 17-10. Mo retired from the Navy on June 6, 1966, exactly 22 years after he participated in the invasion of Normandy, but he did not retire from public service. After the Navy, he joined the post office in Hampton Roads, where he worked on behalf of our community for nearly 40 years before retiring at the age of 80 on June 6, 2005, exactly 61 years to the day after D-Day. This past June, at the age of 99, Mo had the opportunity to return to Normandy Beach to commemorate the 80th anniversary of the D-Day invasion with his fellow World War II veterans. I had the honor of meeting Mo with a group of his biggest fans last June at the Norfolk airport as he returned home from his trip. Our world is free today because of the heroic actions made by these members of our greatest generation, like Mo, on that fateful day. Since World War II, Mo and his family have called Hampton Roads home. Sadly, on December 7th, 2024, the anniversary of the attack on Pearl Harbor, his loving wife, Laura, passed away after 73 years of marriage. Her memory lives on through Mo and their two wonderful children. For 100 years, Mo Maurizio has embodied what it means to be an American hero. From the beaches of Normandy to the islands of the Pacific to our local community in Hampton Roads, Virginia, Mo has lived through truly foundational moments in our nation's history. We will be forever grateful for all you've done for our great nation, the United States of America. Happy 100th birthday, Mo. Thank you, and I yield back.
Thank you to the gentlewoman from the great Commonwealth of Virginia. I will next now yield, so much time as you may consume, to the new member from Pennsylvania, Mr. McKenzie.
Thank you. Two of the most important issues confronting our citizens today are the state of our economy and also the safety in our local communities. My focus while serving as an elected member of Congress will be to address those two issues and the mess that we have been handed over the past 4 years from the Biden administration. Not only over those last 4 years, but preceding that, there were decisions made by state and local elected officials which have made our country less safe and our communities at home in a vulnerable situation. Mr. Speaker, I rise today as a member of the Homeland Security Committee to speak about the safety of our Lehigh Valley community and how the actions of one local elected official, Northampton's county executive, exemplify the negative impact that radical policy decisions can have on the safety of our law enforcement officers and the safety of our entire community. 5 years ago, in March 2020, Northampton County Executive issued an order prohibiting county law enforcement from cooperating with ICE unless ICE acquired arrest warrants before working to capture criminal illegal immigrants. Recently, the dangerous results of this policy were put on clear display in our local community and placed law enforcement and the general public in greater danger. Over the last 4 years, our nation has witnessed an unprecedented surge of illegal immigration. Under Joe Biden's administration, over 2 million illegal immigrants cross the border each year, burdening communities nationwide. And as of July 21st, 2024, ICE reported that there were over 100,000 non-detained illegal immigrants with convictions including homicide, assault, rape, and robbery. In Pennsylvania alone, illegal immigration is costing taxpayers $300 million for police and corrections. But this isn't just a statistical problem. In our community of the Lehigh Valley, 2 weeks ago, ICE agents arrested Luis Gualdron outside of the Northampton County Prison, which is situated within the 7th District of Pennsylvania that I've been elected to represent. According to ICE, the U.S. Border Patrol arrested Gualdron near Brownsville, Texas in December of 2023 for illegally entering the United States. He was served the next day with a notice to appear before an immigration judge. 5 months later, he had made his way all the way to our local community, and he was arrested in Bethlehem, Pennsylvania, on charges of indecent assault against a minor. In cases where individuals have entered our country illegally and then broken an additional law, the public has a right to expect that our local officials will cooperate fully with the federal authorities. Unfortunately, that was not the case in this situation. Because of the county executive's executive order, ICE was forced to arrest this dangerous predator outside of the prison. There was no ability for a proper handoff to take place, and then there is no need to just take my word that this was a dangerous situation. My office has spoken to ICE, And they explained that allowing this predator to leave the prison rather than be arrested while already detained greatly increased the possibility for escape from capture, as this prisoner is now could have been now free on the streets. It also increases the danger to those law enforcement individuals who have to make the arrest in an uncontrolled environment. And it puts the public in greater danger, as this predator has a greater chance of escaping justice. Thankfully, ICE officers were successful in staking out the prison and arresting Gualdron. But that took them off the streets, took away valuable law enforcement time, put them in greater jeopardy, and put our community in greater jeopardy. They shouldn't have been put in this situation, but for that executive order from the Northampton County Executive back in 2020. Mr. Speaker, this is simply unacceptable. At a time when our country is reeling from the consequences of 4 years of open borders, we also have to deal with these situations in our local community. We're making ICE jump through hoops to deport criminals who assault children. And it definitely shouldn't be happening right here in a community that is flagged as a trafficking hub. We know the problems. We are aware of the problems. We should be working with our federal law enforcement agencies to make sure that these predators are off the streets. The law-abiding residents of the Lehigh Valley and our entire country and community should never have to wonder whether criminal illegal immigrants will escape justice due to the challenges that have been placed in their way and created by our own elected officials. The American people have made their position crystal clear on this. 80% oppose the concept of sanctuary cities, and 83% support deporting illegal immigrants who have committed violent crimes. Let me repeat that. 83% of individuals support deporting illegal immigrants who have committed violent crimes. But at the same time, we have a local elected official following through on the executive order that he signed back in 2020, making it such that our federal law enforcement agents can't do their job and deport this violent criminal who has made his way all the way to Bethlehem, Pennsylvania. So, Mr. Speaker, I want to say that this is simply unacceptable and it is time for a change. I'm calling on the leaders of our local communities and this Northampton County executive to fully rescind that executive order which is standing in the way of law enforcement doing their job. Anything less is an admission on his part that he is going to stand with violent criminals and against our law enforcement. That's what it is. The public has spoken. 83% of people want these violent criminals deported, but yet we have one person in Northampton County standing in their way. So I would encourage that individual to change his mind, rescind that executive order, which is inhibiting our law enforcement from doing their jobs, which is leaving them less safe, which is leaving our community more vulnerable, and ultimately leaving our country in a disastrous position. This is the very least that we can do to ensure the safety of our residents. And as the elected congressman from Pennsylvania's 7th Congressional District, I am going to continue to fight for all of our residents, every single one of them, to make sure that they are safe every single day of the week. So I will turn back my time, but Madam Speaker, I would like to say thank you again, and I appreciate this opportunity to address the chamber this evening.
Great to have a new group, and Pennsylvania is well represented. I will now yield so much time as she may consume to the new and improved representative from North Dakota, Ms. Fedorchak.
Thank you, Representative Moore. Madam Speaker, I rise today to join my colleagues in saying it's past time to reduce the regulatory state in this nation. We are crippling our businesses. We are smothering new ideas before they can even take flight. We are stifling innovation. These regulations are coming from a runaway executive branch agencies filled with unaccountable staff who have never experienced the realities of turning a wrench, tilling a field, or turning a profit. As a former energy regulator, I know the value of smart, efficient regulation. For example, in North Dakota, Electric utilities are required to follow least cost planning. This ensures high reliability of our power systems at the lowest possible cost to customers. This is smart regulation. We have had in Washington just the opposite. We had the Biden administration setting the staffing requirements for nurses in every nursing home in North Dakota. Rather than improving care, this, like many other last-minute Biden regulations, will make it harder, if not impossible, for North Dakota organizations and businesses to do their jobs. The rule and regulation mania of the last administration was historic. According to a study by the National Association of Manufacturing, the total cost of federal regulations in 2022 was more than $3 trillion, roughly 12% of the U.S. GDP. Make no mistake, businesses don't just take on these costs. Hardworking American families pay for these rules and regulations in the price of anything they buy. What's worse, these regulations burden small businesses the most, including North Dakota farmers, ranchers, energy producers, manufacturers, and Main Street businesses. I heard this loud and clear from North Dakotans in every corner of the state. That's why my first official action as a member of Congress was to send a letter to President Trump and then Governor Burgum that identified 20 burdensome energy regulations. These regulations were created by federal agencies, not Congress, the elected representatives of the people, and they pose a major threat to American energy producers and energy workers. The Trump administration is already taking bold action to repeal these regulations, and they've stepped on the gas even further by requiring agencies to identify 10 regulations to repeal for every new one issued. For North Dakota businesses, workers, and families, this is certainly welcome news. Today, the House passed the Midnight Rules Relief Act, which I was very proud to support. This legislation will allow Congress to rescind multiple agency rules simultaneously under the Congressional Review Act authority if they have been issued during the final year of a president's term. Why is this needed? The Biden administration issued a staggering 1,400 regulations during the 60-day CRA look-back window. Several of these regulations have significant impacts on North Dakota. For example, the U.S. Bureau of Land Management finalized its sweeping new resource management plan for North Dakota the very last week of the Biden administration. This plan will shut down leasing on millions of acres of federal land in North Dakota, including 99% of the federal coal acreage and 44% of federally owned oil and gas mineral acres. Due to the nature of mining, this rule would make a majority of North Dakota's coal reserves uneconomic to mine. North Dakota isn't alone in this, however, as the BLM finalized a separate resource management plan to effectively end all future coal leasing in the Powder River Basin, affecting Montana and Wyoming. If these two plans are equally bad, why shouldn't we be able to use the CRA process to repeal them together instead of doing it one by one? I'm working with my Senate colleagues from North Dakota in beginning the CRA process to repeal the North Dakota plan, and will support efforts of other states to do the same with their midnight rules that are strangling their businesses. As demand for energy reaches record highs, we should be unleashing American energy production, not shutting it down. Doing so will help reduce America's debt, lower energy prices for hardworking families, reduce global emissions, and bolster our national security. We must start reining in bureaucratic overreach and putting power back where it belongs, with the American people. I look forward to continuing to work with my colleagues in Congress and the Trump administration to rein in the administrative state and help make life better for American workers and families. Madam Speaker, I yield back.
Thank you to the gentleman from North Dakota. The really authentic voice and sincere voice with the actual expertise on all matters of energy. It's awesome to have the state very well represented. I now will yield for our final speaker tonight. Again, thank you to all my colleagues, to the gentleman from the great state of Arkansas, which has a apparently an improved basketball team down there now, somebody that is well deserved to be the new chairman of the Financial Services Committee. Yield him so much time as he may consume. To Mr. Hill.
Well, Madam Speaker, thank you to my good friend from the 1st District of Utah. Your magnificent career before you came to Congress in business and in national security make us all proud. We're so grateful that you are our vice chair of the conference and that you lead us in bringing the good work of Republicans to the House floor every week so that American citizens see what we're doing and hear from us directly. But aside from your beautiful family, the best thing about you is that you're an Eagle Scout, and people are still talking about your Eagle Scout project in Utah. So thank you for letting me share some time with you. I come to the House floor tonight to also express my deep dismay for the plethora of midnight rulemakings that we saw at the end of the Biden-Harris administration. Last December, Senate Banking Committee Chairman Tim Scott and I were clear when we sent letters to outgoing Biden-Harris regulators and department heads urging them, put your pens down. Put your pens down. Don't issue any more rulemakings, guidance. Don't sue anybody. Your time has come to an end. And what did we see in response? We saw an avalanche of relentless rulemakings, one after another, And Madam Speaker, the worst offender was former Consumer Financial Protection Bureau Director Rohit Chopra, head of the CFPB. Madam Speaker, I think he became the poster child of midnight rulemaking renegades. Chopra never put his pen down. Under his leadership, the CFPB went on full steam ahead with their reckless rulemakings. They capped fees on overdraft services, which is just another form of price controls that harm customers who deserve access to financial choices and financial options when it comes to managing their household budgets. He issued a rule to hide medical debt owed from credit reports, which will drive up the costs of all Americans' access to credit and to seeking health care. It'll have a devastating long-term impact on consumers. And Mr. Chopra initiated lawsuits one after another before he left office. Mark my words, Madam Speaker, we're going to fight to overturn these erroneous actions. The House passed my colleagues, Representative Andy Bigg of Arizona's bill today that ensures Congress can exercise appropriate oversight of these kinds of executive rulemakings. It would allow multiple agency rules to be considered en bloc, that is, in a group as a single Congressional Review Act resolution if the rulings took place at the end of a presidential term. I think this is a terrific idea from our friend Andy Biggs. It's an important step in fighting back to rectify the misguided rulemakings at the end of the Biden-Harris administration, and I thank him for leading this effort. As the chairman of the House Financial Services Committee, I'm committed to my work with Chairman Tim Scott across the Capitol in the Senate, as well as the Trump administration, to right-size the regulatory burden facing America's financial providers. When we do that, we'll preserve safety and soundness, absolutely. But we will also increase the access to capital to our families, to our businesses that need it. Together, we'll facilitate faster and stronger economic growth in the years ahead. I appreciate my friend from Utah, and I yield back to him, and I thank him for the time.
Thank you to the gentleman from Arkansas. Appreciate your leadership. Thank my colleagues again tonight for being here and for taking time to speak on these important pieces of legislation. Under the Biden-Harris administration, federal agencies expanded their power at an alarming rate, undermining the legislative authority granted to Congress by the Constitution. I think if people truly understood how much of that was done during the Biden administration, there would be more appreciation, and it'll take some time to understand what's going on right now, but there'll be more appreciation for trying to right-size this. And that's a significant effort from the Trump administration. And I think it's important to see what had taken place. And I think from my perspective, that you don't get anywhere else by being, a member of Congress, being involved in these issues on a day-to-day basis. You don't see the amount of rulemaking that's going on. You don't see the amount of expansion of the federal government. People are lobbing that complaint or that criticism over to the Trump administration right now, and I get it, because there's a lot of action and activity being done from the executive level, and so the criticism can cut both ways. But the entire effort is to reduce the size of what Biden had expanded all of this to, and I just don't think people understand that nuance enough, and that's why this process has to take place. The Congressional Review Act of 1996 requires Congress to pass a separate joint resolution for each agency rule it seeks to disapprove, slowing Congress's ability to hold the administrative state accountable and block burdensome regulations. So that's the whole premise of why we're trying. House Republicans just passed Congressman Biggs' Midnight Rules Relief Act to empower Congress to review and potentially disapprove of several regulations that federal agencies may attempt to implement in the last days of an administration. And again, we passed this. This actually affects a Republican administration as well. This becomes law to try to hold, the administration, regardless of the party, accountable. This bill will equip Congress with the tools we need to reject the Biden-Harris administration's last-minute regulations, hold our government accountable, and protect our nation's democratic values. This bill reins in bureaucratic overreach, protects Americans from burdensome regulation, gives power back to the legislative branch, and ensures transparency in the legislative process. We are also continuing our efforts to secure our borders and protect our communities. With tomorrow, House Republicans will vote on the Agent Raul Gonzalez Officer Safety Act, introduced by Congressman Juan Ciscomani from Arizona. And this bill will create new criminal offenses for operating a vehicle within 100 miles of the southern border while fleeing from Border Patrol agents or any law enforcement officer assisting the U.S. Border Patrol. This includes serious jail time and prohibition from ever receiving legal status in the United States. This bill is in honor of U.S. Customs and Border Protection agent Raul Gonzalez, who in 2022 died from injuries sustained in a crash while pursuing migrants who illegally crossed the Texas border. This sends a message to traffickers, cartels, and other illegal immigrants that if they risk the lives of American citizens, we will hold them to the full extent of the law. House Republicans will not allow more Americans to die at the hands of illegal immigrants, and we are committed to ensuring the safety of our communities. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and with that, I yield back the remainder of my time to the chair.
The gentleman yields back. Under the Speaker's announced policy of January 3rd, 2025, the Chair recognizes the gentleman from Wisconsin, Mr. Grothman, for 30 minutes.
Thank you. I'd like to highlight a hearing, an underpublicized but important hearing that was held today. But first of all, I'd like to make one more time the point to my colleagues, because I recently heard one of the senators grotesquely abusing the word, what form of government we have here today. The senator, fortunately it wasn't a congressman, but sometimes they do it too, twice in 2 sentences in a row referred to the form of government we have as a democracy. Of course, we all should know by now that we do not have a democracy, we have a republic, and our forefathers had contempt for democracy. Alexander Hamilton said, "We are a republican form of government. Liberty is never found in the extremes of democracy." John Adams, "Democracy never lasts long." Benjamin Franklin, upon the completion of the U.S. Constitution, "We give you a republic if you can keep it." When we say the Pledge of Allegiance, what again do we say? We pledge allegiance to the flag and the republic for which it stands. Nevertheless, again and again around here, people misspeak, and I'm afraid miseducate the younger generation into thinking we have a democracy. Why do our forefathers not like a democracy? Our republic under under our Constitution is designed to keep limited government and therefore liberty in the United States. Democracy means, or representative democracy, means a majority of people are free to take property from anybody in here or take freedoms from anybody in here. So if a clear majority of people say does not like a religion, or is increasingly true in this country, does not like religion at all or does not like some of the precepts of religion, they believe in a democracy that they can impose their will on other people. One of the crises we're facing, which we're going to be talking about tomorrow night, is the huge debt we have. And why do we have such a huge debt? Under our Constitution, under our republic, they were supposed to restrict the things that the federal government could spend money on. But instead, as we've gotten away from a republic, and the arrogant people of this body think that we have a democracy, they think because they won an election or got 55 or 65% of the vote, that they are free to either go into debt or spend other people's money until we are bankrupt. If they had realized all along that we are just a republic, they would be humble before our Constitution and say, we cannot spend money on such and such, go to your state legislator. I had a couple of groups of an educational institution in my office this week. Of course, they were asking for more federal money. I didn't want to get angry with them or mad at them, but I just noticed that one more time a group of educators come before me and ask for more money. Because I won an election, they think I've got the authority to give them other people's money. Well, I don't, and it's very irritating to see educators in particular say that we have a democracy, when our forefathers disliked democracy and would have been terrified had they known. Right now we're almost 250 years down the road. I'm sorry, we're 230 years down the road from the founding of our republic. Under our Constitution. I'm sure our forefathers would be terrified if they knew how many people were under the impression that we were a democracy. Now I'm going to talk about the hearing we had earlier today and what I think is probably next to the out-of-control immigration system, the biggest crisis that we face. And that is our welfare system and a huge marriage penalty associated with it. When I talk about our welfare system, I talk of approximately 90 different programs that somebody who is almost broke is entitled to. Some you have to have children to be entitled to. And all these programs, as you earned more money and went to work, you would lose eligibility. Now, there are two things we could say about these programs. I should point out the testimony in the hearing today from a guy by the name of Robert Rector from the Heritage Institution thought that there are examples, and I think there are even greater examples than this, that we penalize a woman who marries the father of her children $28,000 a year if she makes too much money, or more, or scarier, if she marries a man to support her or to support their family. Now, first of all, you might say, well, that's hard to believe. Who wants to destroy the nuclear family? But it's not hard to find people who destroy the nuclear family. We have Karl Marx, of course, back from the 1860s, who felt the family was the root of so many horrible things. We find Kate Millay, who I would describe as the mother of women's studies classes, so who knows how many of our poor college students have taken that drivel. But she was very definite in the fact that she wanted to get rid of the American family, and in particular wanted men outside the family. Angela Davis, 60s radical, who was still powerful when she spoke into the 1980s and the 1990s, was clearly opposed to the American family until they scrubbed their website. Black Lives Matter was against what they referred to as the traditional, the Western prescribed traditional nuclear family. So these people all were against having a mom and dad at home with their children. Now you might say these people, they can't be that powerful, but you've got to remember, the Democrat Party has proven that they can be led around by the nose by the most extreme elements of their coalition, right? That's why, even though they have to know better, they will vote for abortion at 8.5 months. That's why the Democrat Party will vote for a boy pretending to be a girl going into the girls' restroom, because they will be led around by the most extreme group. And therefore, I don't think it should be considered a surprise the Democrat Party has supported programs which overwhelmingly favor and encourage an end to the nuclear family. Now, what type of programs are they? Almost any so-called anti-poverty program you can think of. Certainly food share. Even worse, any low-income housing credits in which if you're not married and don't have much of a salary, you get almost free rent, which of course to somebody who's 19 or 20 years old, being able to get outside their parents' house and get free rent is something that is very tremendous, very desired. Free health care, free daycare, Pell Grants, which lead to free college tuition. All of these things are inducements to, as an Indian friend of mine said, result in the American system in which the women don't marry the men, the women marry the government. Frustratingly, another downside, of course, is not only do the children not have a father at home, and they'd be better off with a father at home, but the fathers don't have anything to do, which is a problem as well. Normally in life, the purpose or the goal of a man is to support his family, to be the husband and father of children. But of course, in the system encouraged by our welfare system, the men have nothing to do. And if you look at areas of society in which we have maybe the worst results of the welfare system, most of the bad results happen not to the children, although the children are damaged, not to the women, but to the men, right? When you think of areas of the United States which are more associated with people taking advantage of these systems, these benefits, the men are the ones who are largely committing the crimes. The men are going to prison. The men are doing the drugs. And we talk about it like it's society's problem. It is society's problem. But it was caused by an out-of-control welfare system that left the men with nothing to do. This was well documented by George Gilder, the great sociologist of the 1970s, who followed around a young couple when the young gal got pregnant and noticed it was not cause concern, it was cause for celebration because all the benefits that were available. A thing that really brings this home is the fact that frequently these programs provides a more beneficial system than even a low-income married couple has. We all know that when you talk to the clerk at the grocery store, they will frequently tell you that the people on the government are buying food that they themselves don't feel that they can afford. We know that many young couples starting out may live with their parents, which is probably a good thing because the grandmas and grandpas can teach the young couple ways to live. Unfortunately, here they are not only given their own apartment, but an apartment that is superior to most other apartments. When I had a staffer get married and they looked for an apartment back in Wisconsin, they found the best apartments were the low-income housing. Why were the best apartments low-income housing? Because we have a tax provision called Section 42 in which we give overly generous subsidies to property developers to build new low-income housing. And since the government pays up to 70% of the cost of the housing, the developers, of course, are able to make those new apartments, which already are better than the old apartments, just by their age. The new apartments are particularly nice because the government's paying for 70% of them. So you get better apartments than you would for your sister who's getting married and having a husband that way. We know that frequently middle-class families either choose not to help their children out when they go to college or don't have the money to help them out, and they wonder why somebody who comes from a family which maybe was living off the government in the first place gets free Pell Grants and close to free college tuition, whereas the middle-class family does not. When you look at the medical, and we don't want to take away anybody's medical care, but when you look at the medical, frequently people who have a job in the private sector, they may have a $10,000 or $15,000 deductible, but instead people on the system have no deductible or almost no deductible, usually no deductible. So again, the government sets one up in which you are in better shape if you don't get married and marry the government. Now, as I said, a lot of the problems wind up landing on the men who have no purpose in life, since the government has bribed the mother to raise the children without a father in the home. But it results in a lot of problems that this institution debates separately. Over 100,000 people die every year in this country of illegal drugs. They can come from any family. And I want to emphasize that there are single parents who do a fantastic job. I know so many single parents and their children would make anybody proud. Nevertheless, when I talk to law enforcement, disproportionately, the number of people who die of drug overdoses come from a difficult family background. And if we were serious about doing something on the fentanyl, we would be addressing the family background. Now, we have nice bills this week, though they may be technically flawed, increasing the penalties for people with fentanyl. But if we really want to go after that 100,000 deaths, you figure you'd want to do something about the family, but we don't care that much. Crime. When I talk to law enforcement about crime that's going on, again and again, they will talk about the broken down family as the reason we have so much more crime than we did 50 years ago. As we get away from the crime caused from the tragic events in Minnesota, they've dropped the last couple of years, but nevertheless, crime is much greater than it was before we passed the Great Society in the mid-1960s. And if we were serious about doing all we could to fight the crime in this country, we would address the current welfare system, which discourages founding or which discourages making up a traditional intact family. In other words, I would not say that this institution is being entirely sincere in saying all they can do to fight crime when we continue to allow this welfare system to ramble on, give the men no responsibility, and have the high crime. Another thing we spend a great deal of time talking about here is education. And I was talking with my school superintendents about a month ago, and we talked about special education and the children that were having special problems. And my school superintendents agreed that disproportionately those problems were caused by people with a tough family background. In other words, caused by the actions of this body who have set up a welfare system that discourages intact families. Now, this is the primary reason I ran for this job several years ago. If you are in a city council, if you are in a state legislature, and you want to address these problems like drugs or crime or the education system, you quickly realize that a lot of the problems are caused by the breakdown in the family, and that the federal government, who caused the problem in the first place, is doing nothing to solve the problem. So I ask our leadership, and I ask President Trump, in this important bill we're going to pass sometime in the next 2 or 3 months, to address our welfare system, which is designed to bribe, usually mothers, to raise the child without a father providing the support or without a father in the home. It is hard to believe we are trying to make America great unless we revisit the horrible welfare system. There is one more thing that I think the press has not covered enough that I would like to touch upon today. That is one of Donald Trump's great executive orders. He's doing a good job here. One of the things that I would have liked to get rid of, and I felt it would maybe take me 10 or 12 years to do, Donald Trump, at least temporarily, until we have a Democrat president, got rid of it with a stroke of a pen. In 1965, in something that I think should have been unconstitutional, Lyndon Johnson, with the stroke of a pen, said he would no longer enforce Executive Order 11246, which was an order put into effect by Lyndon Johnson that, well, he would argue it wasn't requiring. As a practical matter, it created an affirmative action type system in which preferences were given to women over men, and preferences were given to people of different racial background based on racial background. Now, there are absurdities in the order in the first place. You could be a very well-off, say, Asian American worth millions of dollars, but you would be considered a minority in need of help. You could be somebody who just came to America a week ago, and you would be considered a person who needed help, and for diversity purposes would be given preference over a person of European descent who was around here 50 years. I have told the story when I was first made aware of this before, and I will tell it again so you can see how it worked out as a practical matter. I got a call from a human resources professional who worked for a company that had at least 50 employees and did at least $10,000 of business with the federal government. And they hired out a firm to tell them how to negotiate this executive order. And they were told, I might have these numbers off by one, but they were told that when they had 5 engineers and wanted to hire a 6th engineer, that 6th engineer better be a woman. Didn't have to be a woman, but they had to prepare to show the federal government they did all they could to find a woman. They went from 3 to 4 members of management. And they were again told, if you're going to hire a 4th member of management, see if you can make it minority. If you can't, that's fine, but you got to prove that you went out of the way to find someone. So as a practical matter, we had the government weighing in, giving preference to one person over the other person for different jobs in this company. Because I tried to do something with this when I was in the state legislature, people would come up to me with other examples, and there were plenty of examples. This applies not only to employees of federal contractors, but the federal contractors themselves. And recently I've even heard stories of people in which significantly more, the federal government was going to pay significantly more, which I think is illegal, for preferred contractors rather than men of European descent. So not only were they costing the taxpayer money, but they were incredibly unfair to these people. Now, sometimes you get around it by maybe say it's a guy, maybe he puts his wife in charge of the company, and that way he can say, we've got a woman-owned business, and they should get preferences. In any event, Donald Trump, with the stroke of a pen, got rid of this ridiculous law. It could be challenged in court. I'm sure the Supreme Court will uphold President Trump. I would hope this body would get rid of this law once and for all. It'd be hard to get it out of the Senate. I think a lot of Americans don't know what exists. I didn't know it existed until, 14 years or something, 12 or 14 years into my political career. But I'd like to thank Donald Trump for making sure one more time we're hiring the most qualified we can find, and we are contracting with the best that we can find. So in any event, there are 3 stories for you today. Mr. Speaker, we remind you one more time that we are a republic, not a democracy, and our forefathers were scared to death of having a democracy. I, one more time, point out the huge penalties that the welfare system has on a man and woman who want to get married together and raise a child, and hope that this body takes up that problem. It's not an easy problem to take up, but if we care at all about the next generation or the generation after the next generation, we have to walk our way back from the insane policies put into place by Lyndon Johnson in the 1960s. And one more time, we thank Donald Trump for allowing the government and contractors of the government to hire or contract with the best they can find. Thank you very much. Oh, and Mr. Speaker, one more thing. I move that the House do now adjourn.
The question is on the motion to adjourn. Those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted. Accordingly, the House stands adjourned until 9 a.m. tomorrow.